Hello, guys, and welcome back to the Heads Up Grudge match between Daniel Negreanu and Doug Polk. I'm Jamie Kerstetter, and I'm joined today by David Lappin, who also goes by the new nickname
Dick Napkin at your service.
How is it going, buddy?
It's going really well. I had a really good time with Mike the last time, but very much looking forward to joining you for a stream. I'm imagining we're going to be. I'm expecting you to be as good as Mike is at spinning all those plates and keeping on top of everything.
You're going to be sorely disappointed, but I will do my best. So since the last time that you streamed, you had a really big score, right? Do you want to brag about yourself real quick so that we can forget about it?
Well, it wasn't that big. Well, I suppose in the context of my life, it's quite nice. It's probably
online,
like half a pie to these lads. Yeah, I won 50 big blinds in my big score.
That's a lot.
But it was nice. No, yeah, a bit of run good right away. The upswing run good. That's why I jumped at the chance of doing it again.
Yeah. Awesome. Congrats.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the Unibet Open, actually, which I did sort of try and convince people to come and play while I was on this stream. I ended up final tabling and my good friend won it, so that was nice.
That's awesome. And we already have some action over here on the table on the right. It's like DNeg's up about 12K. They played a couple hands before the stream started. I think there's a little bit of a tech difficulty.
Okay, yeah, guys. Apparently there are some. We probably get some people over from YouTube now. YouTube is having a few difficulties, so hopefully that'll be all fixed any second. So if you have popped over to us here, but you prefer a YouTube stream, you can probably head back there in a moment.
And
stay with us here, though.
What'd you say?
Stay with us here, though, on Twitch. Yeah. Twitch is cool.
Twitch is better for if you want your comments read, if you have like specific questions, it goes so much slower. It's easier for us to follow while we're looking at the action too. So yeah, if you want to interact more, Twitch is the place to be.
Twitch are already very excited about your return, Jamie. It's like a kind of prodigal daughter back in the mix.
I love doing these streams. I'm a huge Doug Polk fan. Got some action on him too, and we have a chop pot on the right where Doug was free rolling the flush draw. Yeah, and I want to ask you, Lappin, who are you rooting for?
I sort of feel like I come in here as a neutral because it's important to kind of create some balance. You know, these streams are just far too pro Doug. I figured that they were like, okay, well, who can we get who will obviously see this in an unbiased, balanced way? And yeah, voila. Nobody has commented on our shirts, Jamie, yet. This is hugely disappointing to me. I thought Twitch would be very on the ball.
Yeah, show us. I can't believe that. It reminded me of like kindergarten when you call your best friend. You're like, I'm going to wear a pink shirt today. Do you want to wear a pink shirt?
So there's a conspiracy theory going around that Doug decided about 1,500 hands ago that he was winning too much, 20 big blinds per 100, was going to put Daniel off, and he's been just slowly dumping till the 12.5K point. What do you reckon there?
Yeah, I mean, that's clearly what's going on.
It's a sound theory. It would have been hugely disappointing had this actually stopped at 12.5K. I do feel like we've only really got an amuse-bouche, an appetizer for what should be months and months of awesome poker for the next, I don't know, season and a half. Sure, Daniel's already talking about rematches if and when he loses this one.
Yeah, we had a young man caught speeding on the table on the left there where he flopped an open-ender and did not improve, and Daniel called him with a pair of sevens. Bummer. Yeah, there's been talks of rematches, of new matches popping up. I'm excited because there's not a whole lot else going on right now.
Yeah, credit to these guys. They've certainly, during pandemic times, provided something a little special for us to rail every night or every second night at least.
For sure. And Daniel said a few times he wants to play 100,000 hands. He said it when he was at his most tilted after a big losing session. So I'm not sure how much stock to put into that, but that would be awesome.
So pot size bet here on the river from Doug. One would assume Daniel's in the tank here with could be any pair really. Could be an 8, could be a 4 maybe.
And 3/4 pot on the left from Doug as the flush draw comes in on the turn.
Yeah, so double tank here from D-Negs.
Something we rarely see. That's one of the best surprises from these matches, that both players play pretty quickly. Doug takes both of those down.
Yeah, even when Doug is using the time bank a little, it does always feel intentional. Like I always feel like he's made his mind up after 10, 12 seconds, but he just sort of automates it at the 30-second mark or whatever it is.
Yeah. Yeah, we've discussed that every time the time bank is running, we know some aggressive action is coming. It just not exactly when or if it's an all-in. But yeah, he doesn't really waste much time, especially pre-flop. These guys just act really quickly.
Are we both wearing flannel? Well observed, Kush Grower. I gotta be honest, I actually wasn't wearing this, but I was deciding between this and the shirt I'm actually wearing. So I'm gonna do a Superman move here and just burst out of my shirt, which by the way was also whorishly branded. So I wasn't gonna do that today.
You're gonna just do the Doug Polk move where he just unbuttons his shirt and it says "More rake is better" on a billboard.
Well, I have that tattooed on my chest, but don't think people want to see that. It looked well when I first got it, but it's now just kind of swollen and stretched out. I can't really read the lettering so clearly. It's a fun way to start Christmas.
Yeah, I feel like it doesn't really exist this year, though. I'm just sitting at home.
That's what Christmas is, though. This is the one time a year where it's the same.
Oh, but I mean with my family, they're all on the East Coast. Bummer.
Yeah, that's not the same. Sorry, Jamie. I didn't mean to bring that up.
It's all right. Oh,
keep
wow,
it light, Jamie. We're
you're
not here
on
to
wine time. I'll get some wine time, maybe at halfway through. But we have an interesting river card on the right here. Let's see if Doug is going to... Yeah.
Here we go.
If Doug shoves more than 3 times the pot. 3 1/3 times the pot is what he settles on and takes it down. I was actually just reading up about spots like that yesterday.
Tell us what you know.
Oh, not a whole lot. I'm going to watch the replay and I'll see if I have any nuggets of wisdom that were just added to my head.
He calls it 3-bet. Obviously, it's a good board. The 6-3-4 is a good board for him. And then, yeah, it's kind of like best case scenario for Daniel, really. Well, I suppose he could have the ace-5, something like that, maybe a 5-6, 5-7, but it's mostly going to be huge range advantage to Doug. And they, of course, are the great spots for the huge bet. Yeah, and if anyone's interested, part of the Upswing Lab is a course by Dougie Dan, ironically. And he gives a good intro into heads up and talks a lot about overbetting. There's a 11-minute module specifically on overbetting, why to do it, where to do it. And it's been pretty interesting, especially in the context of this match where overbets are happening really often. My favorite tweet that Doug made during one of his matches was, Daniel is no longer limited by the size of the pot. I remember that. Yeah, it took a while, but I guess, he's learning all the tricks. He's learning the weapons. There's a steeper learning curve for Daniel right now. Doug obviously just had to sort of get the rust off, really, and maybe work with some solvers to sharpen his game up, where Daniel's sort of starting from scratch almost. Yeah. JJ Lieberman in the chat, super funny dude. I watched him perform comedy at the Space in Las Vegas. He also plays poker. And Henry Kilbane, what's up, buddy? He says, hey, sexy haircut, Lappin. Oh, me? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I assume. Yeah, no, I did my best. I was just kind of trying to emulate Doug as well. I was trying to just get the, as best I can, that sort of thatched roof vibe. This is Fred Norris says, hey guys, any thoughts on the Bachelorette finale? Actually, yes. I watched the Corbin show.
I hate it. I hate it, and then I get committed to it, and I'm never doing it again. Terrible. Rots your brain. But yeah, that
They're
dude
amazing shows for just they understand how to, infect you, and
Yeah,
then you're stuck. Yeah, the only chance is not watching them from the beginning.
yeah, agree. It's because Survivor wasn't on, so I started watching this other terrible show. But yeah, the guy she picked, I'm not a fan. I don't really
That's
like
the dating one, isn't it? Is that the one that Daniel was on?
He was on Millionaire Matchmaker.
Oh, okay.
Why do I know these things?
Yeah, well, you're not just here for your analysis of 100 Big Blinds Heads of Play. It's your cultural awareness that we bring you in. Doug will never be seen on camera in front of those curtains. Guys, the curtains are going to be a consistent theme, I'm afraid. You'll notice I tried to draw even more attention to them by putting some Christmas lights on top of them. I did that today. I actually did that about 45 minutes ago. There's no love for these curtains, Jamie. Can you believe it?
It's brutal. I mean, I understand.
Almost 40% of all chat the last stream were about the curtains.
I should really do that. Distract from poor analysis. I'll just put something.
Whoa. I didn't say I was distracting from anything.
So we have a really big pot brewing on the right, I think. Interesting run out. I'm going to have to check out the replay because I was messing with chat. Oh, Doug Selps, we need Crouton to return to give us all more of the groundbreaking commentary we need for this matchup. I agree. I think he did an excellent job last time, and we're going to chop it up. Same boats. Lucky run out for Doug.
Yeah, we might have got our first cockfuck of the night there.
Your accent is so good because I kind of hear what you say, and then it sinks in on like a slight delay.
What? I'm not Neil Farrell. Come on.
Shout out from France, lads. 10 Tech says. Thanks for listening.
Three quarters on the left here, guys.
I forgot to
push draw miss, but plenty of straight and two-pair combos possible. Teen Eggs could be contemplating a raise here. No, that's a go.
You'll take the reins while I tweet this out.
Oh, I have a tweet to do as well. Oh no, yeah, we both do. I can do both at the same time. I wrote my tweet already. I just had to be ready to send it. So, I drafted it. Raise here from Doug on the right. A little bit of chat about these types of board textures last time round where the raises will be small. So as you see there, Daniel, quarter pot, Doug, sort of slightly less than 3x's, and then Daniel goes pretty small again with the click back. I guess everyone's representing a 9 there. You could obviously have some, gutters mixed in, but gutters mixed in do make sense for the raiser. It can sometimes just be a bit of a game of chicken in those spots.
The chat always is asking about if this is going to go the distance, and we're probably in the same spot as you guys. We're listening to Daniel's podcast here and there, and he'll comment after sessions that he wants to play longer. I think it will go the distance. I would say it's probably 80-20 to go the distance. What do you think, Mr. Napkin?
I think it's like 97-3. I can't see, barring something absolutely extraordinary tonight, because tonight they're pretty much going to get there, aren't they? They're going to get to the cusp of 12,500.
Wow, pretty close. depending on how long this plays, they'll probably finish the halfway point next match, I would think.
Yeah. So they're going to be on the cusp of 12.5 by the time we finish up tonight. There's no way this is like if the writing is on the wall that this one's going. I would be looking for big odds here.
Yeah.
Did go Daniel's made it pretty clear. Daniel's also been more, competitive in a results-oriented sense in the last maybe 3-4 sessions, which is certainly going to help. Had it gone the other way, had Variance been cruel, plus Doug's playing edge, as I see it, in existence, maybe he loses another 200 or 300k. You could certainly imagine him not fancying it then, but he's very fixated on this notion that he's not really a dog at the moment. Like he said that pretty categorically. He feels like you just removed the all-in EV, which is somewhat fair, and then you look at the sort of the coolers and the setups and the, as he said, like the King 7 and King 5s on the King 7-5 boards, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's feeling like he's running bad in a number of ways, and I think he probably at the moment feels like he's in reality, due to maybe a skill edge, lost no more than 3 buy-ins, is my guess, and therefore feels like with his continued improvement, he's very much in the match. That's all up for grabs. There's a lot of way to kind of interpret that data. I struggle with some of Daniel's understanding of that. Actually, I have a question for Doug when we finish up tonight on that exact topic, because I do feel like Daniel has a pretty obscure version of how to interpret variance sometimes. And I'd like to get Doug's opinion on that, because he has a lot of experience in exactly this format.
Yeah, the more hands you've logged online, the better idea you'll have of how variance works. But I think our brains are really still pretty terrible at dealing with it and understanding how to interpret it. Yeah, because there's things that we really can't know because we don't have whole cards up. You really can't see the card distribution. So yeah, there can be post-flop coolers, but there can be more. Doug could be getting worse hands. Daniel could be getting worse hands. We don't really know. Like Daniel was complaining that Doug kept folding when he had aces, and it's just, I don't know. Maybe Doug hasn't had aces. Like that can happen per session. There's a lot of stuff that we really can't know. I guess it's just the feeling when he's playing. He's not feeling as outmatched as he thought he was going to feel versus Doug, so he kind of wants to play more.
You got to remember as well, guys, from a commentating point of view and an excitement point of view, as poker players, we're able to take that sort of step back and be really detached from the results on any given night over smaller samples and try and make broader understandings of what's going on. But as a viewer, as a railbird, as a commentator, there's a romance to the swings, and there's a bit of fun to the swings, and there's a storyline in them as well. So obviously, within reason, no commentator worth their salt is going to put too much stock in any small sample. In fact, the entire match is a relatively small sample, but it is fun to do so. It reminds me of that time when someone, was it Phil Ivey, said, someone said to him, "Why are you superstitious when playing craps?" And he goes, "Why would you bother playing craps if you weren't superstitious?"
That's a great answer.
The whole fun. Yeah.
Although who knows, maybe he had an edge at craps when he was playing too.
Just the softball just thrown up there for beautiful. Here we go. 2/3 pot. 8 pairs the river.
Aces.
There we were. Jamie brings those aces.
Yeah.
Magic dust sprinkled.
I whined that one in, right? I was like, I don't know if maybe Doug's not getting aces a lot.
Just doesn't get them. He never seems to have aces. I never see them. Great work on the podcast at the moment, Jamie. I watched Poo Dog Melissa there today.
Oh, she's really cool. Thank you for that, by the way. But I'm about a mile down the street from her, and after COVID, we're going to be buddies because I was so impressed by someone so young being like just so thoughtful, and the way she was thinking about poker and studying and everything. I just really found her to be very interesting and cool.
Yeah, totally agree.
And young man speeding again. And Negreanu makes a nice call there. It's a pair of sevens.
Yeah, a little cheeky diamond blocker probably helped his decision there. So pretty nip and tuck at the moment. I think probably dug down 5 or 8K, but I think that ain't much in this game.
Yeah, the swings have been kind of crazy. The times I've commentated, I think Doug only lost one of them, so I might be lucky. We'll see. I don't want to call it yet. Felt bad. The time that Fees and Sean Deeb commentated, I think was like the biggest losing stream, and I thought they would be the most hilarious commentators if Doug was crushing, but it was sort of like deflated, like very sad commentary.
Daniel with the 3-bet on the left. Looks like we might be seeing a 4-bet here. There it is.
When Doug waits more than 2 seconds, we're like, it's coming. Yeah, I've been noticing his 4-bet sizing. He's been messing around with it a lot based on his stack size. So this is the smallest 4-bet sizing that he's been using. And then as soon as they get even 10 or 15 deeper, oh no.
So, oh wow, there we go. Oh, there it is. That'll do it. So I just, there is something I want to talk about here, because about, was it 2 days ago, the last stream, one of the Upswing Lab guys was actually on the GG stream commentating. Now, of course, because I'm very loyal, I was watching Mike and the Upswing stream, but I do flip across for the double interviews because sometimes Daniel's swearing and that's funny.
Oh, I save his for after I watch Doug's. Like even when I'm interviewing Doug, I'm like already anticipating watching the Daniel one after.
Exactly. And one of the comments made by, and I can't remember the chap's name, and I know he's a very good player, so this is very poor of me to have, for his name to be escaping me, but he commented on how Doug seemed to have increased his 4-bet range. So it appeared that it was a little bit maybe more polarized, it was a little bit wider. Obviously, the 3-bets are generally more linear, but the 4-bets tend to be a bit more polar, and it seemed like maybe Doug was adding in a few more hands there, and his understanding of that was, well, Daniel's counter strategy has to now be to 5-bet some hands like ace jack off, ace queen off, king queen suited. So that was, I was immediately, I didn't get in time, but I was thinking of that exact piece of advice which they talked about just as we were watching the 4-bet go in, and you felt like the 5-bet was coming some amount of worlds.
Yeah, interesting. So yeah, I mean, I don't want to gloss over the Daniel running bad thing, because I do think he is running bad. When he was doing his hand reviews, I don't think focusing on it is going to help him at all. But they were pretty funny when he was drinking and doing one. I was like really laughing at the hand review. But this is a very specific way of running bad then. If you've adjusted what ranges you're going to be 5-bet jamming with based on specific things Doug's been doing, and then you run into a cooler situation immediately, that's running pretty bad.
Yep, that's definitely a version of running bad. Thank you in the chat, Kane Callis. I knew the chat would provide that information, and shame on me for forgetting Kane's name. Kane is the Chinese poker genius, isn't he? That has a course on Upswing.
Yeah, he's just an overall genius too, and very nice person. Doug's going to take down a small pot on the left with a pair of deuces. I don't know, you probably know this, but Kane's dad was the announcer commentator for the Phillies for many years. So it's in his blood. He
I would know this.
I thought maybe you would, but if you didn't, now you know.
Is that are the Phillies a cricket team? Is that do they play county cricket in the UK? How's that work?
It's great. But yeah, Kane's an excellent commentator. He sings opera and a bunch of other stuff too. Interesting.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Poo Dog Melissa there, because I did want to ask you a question. In your interview with her, you discussed the merits and maybe demerits as well of taking hallucinogens. And I was just wondering, are you on any hallucinogens right now?
No, man. When I'm commentating on Doug matches, I'm just high on life.
You did say no man there. That was a little... This is a little...
I got to be careful. My mom every now and then tunes into one of these streams, so I do not do any drugs. I'm a very nice girl. Oh,
well, wait till... Hey, Mama Kerstetter, wait till I tell you how much Jamie bet on Doug in this match. Oh, my God. Good news is you probably got a good Christmas present this year because of it, so...
Yeah. Don't want to count my chickens before they're hatched, but it's been quite enjoyable thus far.
4-bet and the quick fold from Doug on the right. We're firing through the hands here while Doug is in the tank. I think we played 4 hands while he mulled over that river decision. Lots of quick ones. Pretty cold anyway. The ace king ace queen's pretty cold in all worlds, I think, because you can't exactly put in the 3-bet and then not just be like, okay, we're doing this now.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because we have seen a lot of 4-bets being flatted. So I think that probably is an option, but I don't know if it's the kind of hand where you're 5-betting always or you're mixing or exactly how they both categorize that hand. But we have seen a lot of 4-bets. Like there's like, okay, another 6 or 7K, sure, flick it in and reevaluate.
Yeah, it may be fair to say that if they were a little deeper, maybe the 130, 140 big blind mark, that would become a more ponderous spot. I think, ace king is probably going to get in most of the time anyway at the start and stack level. But it was a piece of commentary that sort of came from the last one, and it was echoing in my mind when we watched that. So I thought it was worthy of note, because we might see some hands that, where that becomes quite relevant as this match goes on today.
Yeah, and if you guys are interested, Doug has already said that after all of this is over, he's going to create a few videos. I'm trying to get him back into the YouTube streets for good. I don't think I'm going to succeed. But yeah, he's going to go over some of the biggest hands, and I think it's going to be really interesting. Got Daniel raising this river here on the right.
I see we have Melissa Burr in the chat.
Welcome, Melissa. Burberry. What's up, dude? She's one of my favorite crazy people. And Doug with the
big raise from Doug. Wow, big raise.
He takes it down. Nice hand, Doug. Doug's doing quite well. He's probably up about 25 or 30 at this point.
Couldn't help but notice on Twitter the other day, did it seem like you're taking a few shots at your man Doug? You said, what's up, Doug? Big fan here. What % of your followers are female in relation to his rather sort of, laissez-faire attitude towards the Bilzerian signing, which, of course, had the whole poker world in a tizzy for a couple of days?
Yeah, but Doug and I have a very interesting friendship where we've had, like, really big arguments over a lot of things and always have good discussions, and I don't... Like, of course I'm going to make fun of him when he's like, see, nobody cares about Bilzerian being signed. I'm like, Doug, you have like 2 female followers. You're following all the dudes who don't care. But yeah, like he does the same to me where, if I'm a little out of line, I'll hear about it too. So.
So we have a 4-bet and call on the left. Goes check, king on the turn. Definitely potential action card. Doug obviously connects with this board in a big way, as the flatter and D-negs can certainly have hands that want to stick around. Daniel with hands like ace king here is going to be only able to call, really. So he's going into bluff catching mode with that type of hand. He's raising it up though, so that's interesting. Obviously, he could have flopped some sets. Maybe pocket jacks plays like this. You would maybe find a light queen 10 in the 4-betting range too.
Yeah, I think so. But I think that this card is probably good for Doug. When he's able to flat this turn, don't you think he has more flush draws in his range?
Yeah, pair, flush draw, maybe gooder combo kind of stuff is... Oh, and there it is. Wow.
Nice hand, Dougie. But man, yeah, he decides to go for the check.
He was going for all of it.
Yep. Yeah, GCT says, hi, crouton. And I didn't realize you can kind of see like a corner of crouton. Yeah, I won't mess with my camera. I'm like, all the tech is working. I'm not touching a thing, but maybe we'll see some crouton later. Yeah, so it's nice having you guys all in chat. If you have any questions for Doug in case he pops in at the end, he's been doing that recently. Just let me know. I'll write down some of the good ones, and we'll get back to you in, I don't know, whenever they're done, a couple hours probably. Man, they really hate your curtains. Really?
They hate my curtains.
Terrible.
And they're also trying to out the person I was anonymously referring to when asked about my least favorite poker book.
Yeah, you are not very anonymous.
That could have been anyone, Jamie. That could have been anyone.
You were a little obvious.
Quite.
Thank you, Finner36. I think you're hot.
No one's referred to my looks yet, just the curtains.
You were told that your haircut is very, I think they even said sexy.
Yeah, but that's from Henry.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, he means it.
That doesn't count.
Big pot on the left with Daniel going for 3/4 here on the 4 flush paired board. We gotta get Burberry in the commentary booth at some point. I think that would be fun.
Oh yeah, that would be amazing.
And we have a bit of a cooler on the right as Daniel gets, what is that? Let's see, 17K pot.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff in the end. No way to really get away for Doug.
Yeah, he does make a value bet and value cuts himself.
Still in the tank here on the left. Oh, and so we would assume it's probably a. Mightn't even. Doug could probably find some calls there without a flush, so that could have been a hero call for sure.
Yeah, and 6 is full for Daniel. Nice turn card there for him. Oh, Melissa Burr. Yeah, if Melissa and I ever commentated together, it would be a shit show. Yeah, we have a lot of fun together at other people's expenses a lot, so it's probably best that we abstain.
I would watch that shit show. That would be very railable.
Yeah, they're calling for lights on my Christmas tree. I can do that for you guys.
Okay, yeah. Well, I look the lights on my curtains, lights on your Christmas trees, even though it's daytime there. We're very festive. As you mentioned Henry there again, who obviously did compliment me on my looks and, you know, mad love for Henry. You guys have commentated a fair bit together, you and H.
He's awesome. I'm a very big fan of Henry. We had a lot of fun, and we were commentating on Galfon's PLO, and I don't play PLO, and Henry was still really fun to hang out with. I was mostly just hanging out with chat while he commentated on poker. Xenogan says, Jamie, I'm rich. What else do you want in a guy? That's it. Just DM me. We're good. Dude, all the chat wizards are in there. We got El Sriracha and we have the groupie.
Yeah, this is great. It's dare I say it's also a little bit like a chip race guest list. Just going to put that out there.
That is true. That's where you get most of your guests, right? You just scroll the chat for the funniest comments and then interview them.
That's it. Although we've never had the groupie on. I would love to have the groupie on the show.
She's great.
And she's been invited. She's been invited for sure. I remember an invite being extended maybe a year or two ago.
She's pretty much the definition of get it quietly. Just good poker player who kind of like keeps to herself and wins.
Damn right.
I'm the opposite. Like don't
get it loudly.
Lose it loudly, yes.
One more tweet I picked up from you, Jamie, because I'm ever the well-researched person before this, even though I got called in to do it about 12 minutes before it started. finally invested in one of those fancy standing desks. This tweet was accompanied by a picture of your laptop balancing on some books. Among those books was Andrew Brokos's Playing Optimal Poker. I was just wondering, is that the optimal use for that book?
I discovered this. Doug's going to take down a 28K pot on the left with 2 pair on the flop, and Daniel misses flush draw. I don't even know if Brokus wants like people to know I own that book. But yeah, that's probably not the best use for it, but it was necessary. It's a good book. I enjoyed that one. You know, it's a little textbooky, like a little dense, but definitely will apply for a couple years to come, whereas a lot of other poker books that you're not a fan of are dated almost immediately. Oh, that's so nice. Mad5820 gifted a bunch of tier 1 subs and says, Merry Christmas, chat. Congrats to all recipients. That is awesome.
Melissa's still sore about that picture I put on Twitter of her.
You do fairness, pick the worst pictures of people possible.
Sometimes, if I know them very well, or I think they're a good sport.
Yeah, she's a good-looking girl, and you had a picture where she kind of like, I won't say she was unattractive, but it was like the bottom 10% of all pictures taken of her, for sure.
There was another one where she looked to be breastfeeding you, or you were she was breastfeeding.
We don't kink shame on this Twitch stream.
No, we don't. But it was hot.
Anyway, on the right, we have Doug betting 3/4. Nice value bet by Doug with his 10s and 5s queen kicker. I wonder what he was looked up with. Maybe ace high, since there were a lot of draws that missed. Flush draws and straight draws. Avid Jack says, it's so cute when they pretend to comment on the action. Thank you. I think you guys are...
I'm just imagining all these really disappointed people who were like, it was fucking meant to be Ryan Fee today. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah. And one of the commentators has COVID, so he's out for a little while. So that's, you know, so we're basically like the 4th string here of commentators. I can't even say the word commentator if you want to know how good I am at this job. So yeah, you just have to put up with us, guys. Sorry.
It's worse, actually. I was told categorically after the last stream, you're never going to do this again, Lap, and that was fucking awful. And now I'm in again. So that just shows how desperate they really were today.
We just had Jimmy in our ear saying, I don't really know how he found his way onto this Twitch stream again. Doesn't know who gave him the login info.
Seem to have a little break for D-Negs here. He set out. I assume he hasn't cried uncle tonight, so probably just getting a little cup of coffee break, a little, I don't know. What do you do on these breaks? Use the bathroom, probably. That's about it.
Yeah, I asked Doug what he does on these like 1-minute breaks where Daniel sits out, and apparently Doug just goes on Twitter and starts firing off amazing tweets. He doesn't even take a break. Just machine. Nice 22K pot going Doug's way on the left as we head into probably a short break.
Why does Mike Brady have long hair today? Nice one.
Yes, getting compared to Brady is good. I'll take it. That's probably my favorite part of this match so far, besides the fact that I have all my money invested and Doug is winning by a lot. That Mike Brady is like in poker again. he's VP of Upswing, so he ends up having to do a lot of like kind of office work, and he wasn't really playing much poker or talking about much poker. And I think we got him back, guys. I think we sucked him back into the poker world with this. He's doing a great job.
Yeah, like I assume the way it goes, he's basically created the most growing channel on Twitch in the last 2 months.
Yeah. Chat's asking me to shill a little bit more. I think, yeah, that's the only way that I can actually sound like Mike Brady, because he's always putting tiny little plugs in for Upswing. But I will shill the Dougie Dan part of the lab. I like it. I think his voice is very calm and soothing. His notes are very easy to follow. So he's like a PowerPoint of the one that I just watched is overbetting. If you guys are wondering why everything where we're seeing 3x pot shoves and stuff like that, I think his little overbetting module is pretty interesting and illuminating. I learned some cool stuff. So there. There you go, Mike Brady. I shilled for you. Doomguard asked, how much did I bet?
4 bet for Doug.
Yeah. How much did I bet on Doug? Let's just say if Doug ends up losing, I'm probably gonna have to sell one of my kidneys.
And I know I've made this joke before, Jamie, but based on the amount you drink, I'm not sure one of your kidneys will get you out here.
Barely drink. Listen, my mom's listening to this. I barely drink. No, I really only drink Mafia. Is the only time that I've had drinks in the last entire pandemic.
There's probably a lot of people wondering what this Mafia thing is that gets brought up twice a stream.
Yeah.
You could shill Mafia. You could shill the game for the developers.
You shill it.
I think probably a lot of people out there do know the game Werewolf, and I think maybe some Twitchers do Twitch playing either Werewolf or Among Us or Mafia, and they're kind of similar games. Social games where it's a bit like playing Cluedo, or I think in America it was called Clue when you were young. You kind of have to solve who did the murders. It's that kind of vibe. Greg and Jen Shahade created a super group of people who play this about, well, it's supposed to be once a week, but it ends up being all nights of the week.
Yeah, that's my problem. Is I need to go back to learning poker, which I was doing before the Mafia thing. And when it's only one day a week, it's fine. But when it's 7 days a week, it starts to be a little ridiculous. Hikos, yeah, I think they're going to go past the 12K hands, but we'll see. Holla Backman says, Jamie, are you upset that you're with Lappin instead of Live View on 1-2? Brutal.
Whoa. I know I look like sort of if a waxwork of Live B had sort of been left out in the sun for too long, and then it would kind of go this shape. But there's no need for it. No need for that. Ava's dad asking if I'm Canadian. No, I'm Irish, actually.
Got Daniel on the left, full potting this turn on a monotone flop. And Doug was right. On the right, Daniel is no longer constrained by the size of the pot. He goes $2.50 more for this massive overbet. And Doug, with just a pair of fives, is taking down the one on the left.
Well, he raises on the right here, so this pot is juicing up nicely now.
It's a very small raise compared to Doug's normal raise size of infinite.
8-9 the nuts, obviously, but I don't think you'd need 8-9 to do this. You could probably do this with the 8-4. You could maybe do it with. Could you do it with a no? Would you do it with a 4 on its own? You might.
I probably wouldn't, just facing a full pot size bet.
Yeah, I agree with you. So it feels like maybe Daniel's tanking a 4, or maybe not. Maybe just 2 pair either. I don't know. Do you have to call with a 4 there? Doug might turn a hand with an 8 or a 9 into that. Although again, that's small sizing. He's not going to have many bluffs in that sizing. He will have some, of course, but yeah, interesting little hand that. I'd love to go back over that one. Scribble that one down.
Yeah.
Let's ask about that one later.
Oh, okay. I actually did catch it in time.
You're gonna get out that book that you use in Mafia to write down all your susses.
Mafia notebook to write down a poker thing. Wow.
Yeah, I tend to agree. A proper gander, they're saying you don't fold a 4 there. I don't think you can ever fold a 4 there. So you're probably just 2 pair. It's just a bit miserable. Going full pot is so weird though with 2 pair.
I agree with that. Yeah. It's 2K turn. Okay.
It's a weird hand. Yeah, I agree. I think Doug is probably more likely to be repping just a 4 himself with that raise size.
Definitely ask him about that. I kind of feel like that might be one he won't tell us about, though.
Well, you're not going to get much out of him anyway, but I guess you might get the theory behind the logic of smaller bets. He might do something like that. Here we go. 4 bet again. Met with yeah, here we go. All in. Classic flip.
That'll do it.
This is going to be D-Negs. Little fun queen ball there, just for absolutely no reason whatsoever. But yeah, classic flip. That's going in at twice the depth, probably. Nothing you can do there.
Yep.
Technically, Daniel behind there, so he now can't claim that he's never won from behind.
That was a bit of a silver lining from you. I like that you're saying, if they were 50K deeper each, that would probably still be going in. And so, Doug can feel, I'm sure he's feeling great about that right now.
He's quite stoical about these things.
He's a really chill human being about poker, really. I think the more you study, the better chance that you can just be kind of calm about it, because you're just focusing on your own decision making and less on the way you're running or
Yeah, it becomes more of an academic exercise, I think, at some point.
Zoom guard 8, bittersweet for Daniel. He won money but can't cry about run bad. Cry face. Part of it is entertainment, though. Like some of those recap videos were intentionally drunken, slurring, like funny videos. So I don't know how much of the crying is real and how much is for entertainment. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think that the immediate frustration stuff is real, because that's probably part of his process. And on a tough run of cards for 3 sessions, he was sort of getting fairly pissed off. But yeah, those other videos are like after he's had a bottle of wine, he's just decided to make some funny content. And actually, a lot of the time when he even does lose his shit, it is almost like when he's at his most likable, because we all
get
frustrated from time to time.
It's him being likable, because that's what I liked about Doug too, is like when we would make videos, it's like the humor was the most important part. We're not just gonna like go be super mean to someone, like. And that's kind of, I feel like, if you lead with the humor part, even if you are crying about your bad beats, it's still funny enough where it's worth posting that content, in my opinion.
Board straightens up in a big way on the right. And Daniel just fire out 2/3. Repping 2-pair plus there. Good 2-pair, probably.
Wow, we got Greg Shahadi in the chat. Hello, my friend. Welcome. I was watching his chess stream the other day, having no idea what he was talking about because I don't play chess, but hopefully he'll understand poker as he used to be like one of the best poker players coming up a million years ago.
Okay, a couple of days ago, Jamie, you did a very funny thing where you pretended to commentate on chess, even though you don't know the rules of chess. So could you give the audience maybe a little 20-second sample of what that might be like?
Sure. Yeah, Greg is moving the smallest piece. He's not moving it very far. I don't know what he hopes to accomplish with this. You know, I'm easing my way into chess commentary, guys.
Yeah. The horsey appears to have leaped over a couple of pieces there. Oh, here we go. 2/3. Okay, look, I am Irish. Many of you will be familiar with Fintan Hand. He's probably your biggest dose of Irish that you get on the Twitch streets. He doesn't know how to pronounce his THs. I probably pronounce them better, but not much better. You are going to get some 2/3 there from me, I think, today.
Oh, that's hilarious. Hossie Poker said there's a great meme lately. They compared Galfon's and DNX's reactions when they were both down 700K. Galfon was always like, okay, he talks about variance a little bit, but he's saying, you know, I want to work on my game. He comes from like internally, I can fix these things in myself. And then they just showed Daniel being like, string of curse words I'm not going to say on stream.
Oh, you're not going to curse on stream, so you're just going to make me look bad for cursing.
Yeah, that's my plan.
Hey, Jamie Nixon, welcome to the stream.
Oh yeah,
it's a very high quality. Actually, it's a very discerning group of people who tune in here, isn't it? It's usually the cream of the crop of poker who pop into this stream.
I love the Twitch stream people. That's
they really are great.
Yeah, YouTube is a little dicey.
Mm.
Did something just start playing noise?
What's going on?
I don't know.
I thought Jimmy was talking in our ear, but it seems to have been some malfunction.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk over this just so in case it's dodgier than it should be.
Here, I'll message just in case it's away from the stream.
Okay, guys, there is some weird background audio. We might mute our mics for a second if that. It's not coming from us. So I'm not quite sure what's going on. Book it up, guys. I'm trying to figure out what this is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it like a podcast?
It looks like it just stopped. Okay.
Okay. Did you? I think I figured it. I think Jimmy has fallen asleep onto the microphone and hit the mute button.
Yeah, Jimmy, it sounded like a podcast or something, or like, I don't know, like someone was listening to golf. It wasn't anything exciting.
Well, Jimmy's trying to wash his hands. I think it was Jamie now. I played enough Mafia with Jamie that I'm sus.
Yeah, you know, as soon as the tech works, I don't touch a thing. I've learned my lesson. So it looks like Doug is still up about 15K this session after losing the flip for, what was that, about 90,000? So
yeah, two big hands so far. The big ace king queens flip going to D negs, and then obviously the ace king ace queen all got in pre. Daniel managed to flop a queen. There was also a jack there, and a little sneaky 10 popped off on the turn to end things for Daniel in that one. There's all sorts of theories now, Jimmy, that what you were up to. So I wouldn't tell you. I wouldn't throw
yeah,
you under the bus, mate.
I would. Hey, chat. What do you think Jimmy was doing that all this sound started happening and we couldn't really figure out what it was? We want to know. Conspiracy theories only. Thank you. Wow, Jimmy says it's all porn. So okay. Well, that was very calm and chill.
We want the genre of porn, please. We don't want just general porn. We want to know the specifics.
Yeah. And D-Negs takes down a small pot on the right, where they both had a pair of nines, and D-Negs had Doug pipped.
Maybe your phone is connected to something. I'm not sure. Anyway, we move beyond it. It may have been the highlight of the stream so far. Anyway. It's back. Yeah. It's gone now. Put on the thing on your phone again, Jimmy, and we'll see that we can troubleshoot this in real time.
If you have a Discord app on your phone and you also have it on your computer, I think that's probably what it is. Wow, I just solved a tech problem, guys. First time I've
Wow.
Yeah.
And also, Jimmy was wide open to all sorts there. You're lucky that it wasn't dodgy, Jimmy.
Let's see.
Big pot here on the right, guys. Buckle up here. 8-7-5-7-6. Daniel, exactly a pot size bet left. Is he going to pull this trigger? He's not now. Door is open for Doug.
And while that hand was happening, we missed the one on the left where Doug actually bet 2 times the pot on a 5 flush and got looked up by the second nut flush. Womp womp.
What indeed, and sort of Daniel's trappier nature really paying dividends in that type of spot. We are all in from Doug here, and no snap call from D-Negs. So Daniel in the tank here, probably tanking a straight of some sort. Maybe trips. Trips make sense.
I was looking on the left, so you're going this one alone.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I only caught up now when we got to the river on that one as well. I was far too fascinated by Jimmy's tech issues. Coming in late here.
Chat will let us know what Negreanu and Doug were likely to have there.
A nice one there for Doug, and he's also 4-bet on the left, so a lot of action now in the last few minutes. These guys stepping up a little. And we're all in. Snap call the threes. Get it in there against Jacks. Well, he's going to need runner. He's not going to get there. Daniel just going for it with threes, pulling the trigger there. And again, maybe a little bit of this sort of idea now of Doug just leveraging with that 4-bet. That leveragey 4-bet now is just sort of forcing Daniel to turn more hands into 5-bets. And of course, if you're going to turn threes into 5-bet, you're very vulnerable to being snapped off and only being 16-17%. That's what happened that time. Now, of course, there will be some bluffs in Doug's range there. He's going to probably stick in that 10K and fold a decent amount, or at least that's the perception right now. That might be what he's been thinking about in the lab for the last couple of days. He might be taking Kane Callis's advice to some extent.
And when Doug does call, it's going to be a flip at least some of the time with like ace, king, ace, queen, probably. But yeah, interested to ask Doug about that too, if like 50K deep is too much to go with the threes there, or what he thinks. But definitely I agree with you, and I agree with what Kane was saying, that this is a big adjustment for Daniel to just be sticking it in 50K with threes.
And the bigger question for me really there is like why you three betting threes? If you're going to put threes into the three betting range, then does it have to be? Do you have to decide it's going to be the 3-bet to 5-bet? Like flatting threes is kind of okay. I know we will mix in some 3-bets certainly with low to medium pairs, of course, but like threes, I don't know.
Yeah, I think
it'd be interesting to...
he's using them for their blocker properties.
Yeah, the chat is pretty much in agreement here that the threes doesn't feel great, although we do have one person saying it would be a fine 5-bet for a lot more, but most of the time it seems like the chat now, I don't know, there's dynamical stuff going on here, guys. So, obviously there's even in a GTO sort of environment, and we're not really in that, but like in a sort of pseudo GTO environment, there's going to be mixing as well. So I don't know.
I love chat. Yeah. Well, I think some people were joking about threes being fine, but then Dominic, 888 Dominic says threes are fine, cooler if less than 200 big blinds. I can never tell when you're serious. You guys can't lead me astray.
I would be interested to hear. I would be interested to hear more from Dom here.
Yeah.
Probably the person in the chat who has spent the most time with solvers. In fact, he is actually 40% solver himself now.
Yeah, and also the first 10 years of his poker career, he spent most of his life with the worst hand. Oh, Dom coming in to announce would be pretty cool. I'm sure that Up's going to be open to that idea if he wants to. He's in the chat all the time. M. Panahi wants the threes hands replayed if possible, if you were able to snipe that one, Jimmy. And yeah, we can hear that in the background, Jimmy. Yep.
Yeah. So last time I interviewed Dominic, he didn't get out of bed. He literally did the interview. Sort of, he was like one of those French girls getting their portraits done. He was just lying back on his bed, sort of against the pillow from a distance. We had to watch him from really far away as well. It was a video interview. So I was thinking that would be visually that would be beautiful. If you could repeat that for Upswing, I think they'd love that, Dom.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of sounds like you're hitting on him, to be honest.
Well, look. It's a handsome man. I heard a rumor he's game theory optimal in the bedroom as well.
I'm more of a field player.
We should take this on the road, Jamie. Banter. So, Jamie, I assume it's okay to ask you about upcoming commentary gigs. You did tell me that you have some WSOP stuff in the mix. Can you tell us a bit about that? Obviously, the final table is this weekend?
Sure, yeah. I'm doing the European side of it with Lon McCarran, and we filmed 2 of them already. We're going to be like YouTube shows, and they're putting together a lot of cool stuff. It's not just the poker hands. So we have like the highlight hands, but also some of the social media that players posted who got deep, and also just like some funny extra like background information like they used to do on the old ESPN shows that made it so easy to get into poker. They're kind of taking that approach. So I don't know. I really like it so far. I haven't seen the finished product from the first show yet, though.
I'm being told here that the chat can't actually hear Jimmy's thing. It's only us.
Okay.
So thank you for that. Willie Elliott in the chat. Much appreciated, Willie. And how did you enjoy the first couple of sessions?
Of the ESP or not ESPN, of the WSOP you're talking about? Yeah. There's some pretty cool hands. Obviously, it's nothing's going to be as good as the live poker, and actually getting to see the players. And we're taking a lot out of poker by just having the main be online. But it's still, the hands were really good, and just some of the content people put out after it, some of the interviews and stuff were pretty funny. So yeah, I think they're doing a good job with by doing the best they can during the pandemic to bring some entertainment.
Sure. Bigger bet here from Doug on the left, 644, 2 diamonds. We do get a call from Daniel here, so this one could definitely develop here. Very similar sizing now. Again, 2/3 from Doug. D-Negs again, playing possum perhaps. It's a call.
Can't blame him. It's worked out really well. He's been bluffed into on a lot of rivers when he was trapping.
Yeah, and reflecting back across the entire thing, obviously Doug's approach is very assuming there's always bluffs and he gets his value back in other ways.
Mm-hmm.
And a very quick call there with the Queen Jack. Wow, so the Queen Jack with the Queen of Diamonds floated flop for 2/3. That's interesting in itself, I think, there. That's really interesting in itself. 2 overs. You could, no backdoors.
Mm-hmm.
That sizing really should have got rid of the Queen Jack, I feel. But
he probably had some plans in position at some point.
Perhaps planning to take it away on the turn and then made the pair and kind of just had to station down. But not sure. Anyway, look, I'm sure Jamie would say the same. Neither of us with a huge amount of experience playing heads up, certainly not at these depths, certainly not at these stakes. Credits to people putting their money on the line in this format here, but just to my naked eye, that seemed iffy.
Yeah, it's pretty rough though. Not to see, having you in the booth, I become like the D-Neg sympathizer because I need to balance it out. But I feel like that's one of those spots that maybe it was a mistake, but man, to get punished for a full stack for making one loose call is always so brutal.
Well, maybe you're getting punished for it anyway, because if you're calling that flop bet, you're probably planning to take it away on the turn, and the only really way you can do that is to probably get your stack in. So I think he was kind of doomed.
Rough to be up against queens, but see, I'm just gonna I'm too much of a contrarian. Like if you're like, we're both on Team Doug, but now I have to kind of go to Team Daniel for a moment or two. I won't though. Let's just make this the upswing chat like it should be.
There we go.
And on the right, we're seeing a 3-bet get through.
Some of these messages in the chat are making my eyes bleed right now, guys. Calm down, everyone.
Quantum asked Jamie, how did you get to know Doug? After this hand on the left, I'll give you a 30-second story. But the 4-bet gets through for D-Negs. Somebody on Twitter was trolling Doug and said, Doug, your videos aren't funny anymore and you should hire Jamie Kerstetter. And I was like, oh God, this is where I'm going to be a star of one of these videos if he takes it the wrong way. But instead he messaged me and asked me if I had any interest in writing for them. So I used to write jokes for YouTube videos and we became friends through that.
Okay, Jamie, seeing as the cat's out of the bag, because when I first met you, you told me that you were secretly ghostwriting this material, and it made a lot of sense, to be honest, because funny as Doug is, and tongue-in-cheek, witty, little bit of a wink and a smile, good performer as he is, it always seemed just a bit funnier than him. So I always did suspect there was someone behind the scenes, I'll be honest. And
Doug is very funny. I'll give him some credit.
Doug is really funny, but you know what I mean. It was just it felt like it was a professional hand in there, let's say, and you made a lot of sense, made an awful lot of sense when you told me. But you were so keen to keep that private for so long, and now that the cat is out of the bag, I'm wondering to what extent are you kind of owning that role or that position that you had and kind of embracing it, or or is it a case that like, oh well, hopefully all the people I helped defend years ago have forgotten, but
Well, I always thought that the jokes were funny enough, like that I wasn't ever embarrassed of working for Doug. I just didn't know how much of the credit he was willing to part with. Like, kind of, if you're hired to ghostwrite for someone, they probably don't want that out there. But he actually doesn't care at all. He was, it was clear we were making a video a day for a while. So it's clear he's not doing it on his own. That would be insane. He would never get to sleep. But no, he's really cool about like giving people credit for the work we've done, especially Thomas. Thomas Skilling's the best. And he was like a huge part in every funny video. But that was more the reason. Part of it was, I don't want people to know I'm actively making fun of them in YouTube videos, but more of it was just I didn't want to take away from what other people are doing for the channel.
Now, credit to you. I know you've 350 videos or more up there, and it's like the best poker content that's ever been made, certainly in that format, that faster format. You're untouchable and won't be touched for a long time, I don't think. But it is it has to be like it always made like it. There's no disrespect intended anyway. It has to be a team effort for things to be that polished and that good. Always has to be a team effort.
Yeah.
And like you said, giving Tom the plaudits as well, because he's just a genius. He's absolutely brilliant.
Dude, he's the best. He's so funny. And one thing he's like incredible at that I don't think you can replace is that let's say Doug or Brady worked on it too, or me, we'd have an idea for something and he could instantly make it happen for us. Like he'd understand what we're going for with the joke and it would be done in like an hour. Just like, how did you do that, man? Like his brain is just amazing.
Yeah.
While we were chatting, Crouton brought me a glass of wine. So that's cool.
Oh. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?
Such a good boy.
Oh, I see you go for the stemless glasses. Is that like a little Rydell glass? Very fancy.
See, the reason I go for stemless is because there's too much chaos in my house and dogs, like the little puppy is insane. So I just know better than to have a stemmed glass. Very teeny bet by Doug on the right here on the ace-3 with a flush draw. Called by Daniel and the flush comes in on the turn.
Yeah, going to be a lot of checks here in Doug's range. You would think now with the obvious draw getting there.
Jimmy says Canine Sommelier. Yep. He's very, very
Oh, he recommended the wine as well as delivering it. That's very good.
Yeah. And just a worse 6 in Doug's hand. Looks like they're going to take a quick break again. About an hour and 15 minutes in.
Yeah, so we don't have a counter on our screen, but I want to say Doug is probably up the guts of 100. Is that probably a good guess?
Yeah, so I have the stream up with the chat and it says 110. It's always a little like 10 or 20K off because it's really hard. Like when they're topping up instantly all the time, it's usually Brady or somebody trying to keep track and, they do the best they can. Holla Backman said, did I forget to change my shirt after I chopped up some wood? Yes. I love this. And Lappin does too. Lappin had to change because we matched too much.
We have enough new people in the chat. Not only, we've got like 3 times the numbers. I did show up with this earlier, guys. This was what I was wearing. I had to take it off in the end because it would have looked like Jamie and I had planned it. So, also the blues, brings out the blue of my eyes. So I just thought that was better.
Okay, it's been adjusted to about 95K.
Okay, I like this question. Someone in the chat said there a moment ago, it just went past me, so I haven't been able to find the name. Apologies to the person who composed this one. What's your favorite joke you ever wrote for Doug?
Wow, that's I'm not gonna be able to think of that. There's too many like funny things in videos that were just little like one-off jokes that we would be in chat discussing what to make the video about, and it was the most fun chat I've ever been in because just like a lot of laughing. And then also I feel like every once in a while I'd be like, okay, that one's too mean, guys. Like I feel like that was my job, and that's crazy. I'm never that person. To like temper the chat down. I really like the video. We did a live at the bike video. Do you remember when live at the bike got raided? Not live at the bike, the bicycle casino got raided for like a bunch of different things, money laundering and stuff. So we did a hand history video where the entire time, like the FBI is just like encroaching on the table and Tom's doing all these effects. Like at first you don't even notice it. There's just like a red flashing light, a blue flashing light, and you're like, maybe I saw that, maybe I didn't. And by the end, the SWAT team's like coming out of the bushes and like getting them.
I haven't seen that one. That's great.
One of the first ones I worked on, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to love this job so much.
That's brilliant. How many hours a week did you give to it?
It wasn't a lot. Like they were so efficient. They were so efficient before I hopped on with them that it wasn't a lot. There was a month we did a video every day, and then it was like probably a couple hours of brainstorming and just like writing some stuff. But really, like the brunt of the work fell on Doug to record himself with multiple takes, and then Thomas to do all the editing.
Yeah, that's the slog stuff that you can imagine is a big part of the reason why Doug, unless it's like a really good video that he's excited about, is probably finding it hard to keep that up these days.
You have to love poker if you're going to make a video a day about poker, or else you're just doing it for money. And like, I don't think Doug does stuff just for money.
Now, I'm being asked, true or false, have I become an evil man lately? That's from Hollaback Man. Am I evil, Jamie?
I don't think so. But it's also because I agree with some of your takes.
Yeah, but like, well, be more specific. I'm okay to have this chat, Hollaback Man. What do you think I've done that's evil? And like offend me or risk offending me, I don't mind. I do everything sincerely. If there's something I've done to offend or is construed as evil, I meant it, whatever it is.
Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe you're being slightly evil, but if you believe in your side, then how could you see that yourself, right? You think you're being
true, I suppose. If you are entrenched in your point of view, maybe you just can't see it anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, murdering your friends in cold blood. Okay, this must be a mafia person. Okay, I get it now. Shout out to whoever that is.
Oh wow! So that hand on the left, Daniel check raised the nut flush draw on the paired board on the turn, got called, and then gave up on river, and Doug got to win with a pair of aces.
First pun of the day. Most fun session so far. I'm lapping my ass off. Come on, the Irish. Thank you, Papa Dalmio.
Oh, this is great. I like that some people are contributing their own favorite jokes from the Doug stream in chat, because it was sad when he said he didn't want to make videos anymore. I think it's the right choice. Don't do stuff that you are not into just because there's expectations of you. But for me and Thomas and Brady, were like, oh, this sucks. And Thomas made like a farewell video compilation of some of the funniest things that we did. And yeah, it was a great time.
It's really good fun. Poker Braz is suggesting my curtains are weaved from 3 carcasses. So as I'm some sort of modern day Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs. It's like, yeah, I've got a little pit here. It puts the lotion on its skin. I just lower down the basket.
I'm just trying to figure out what ugly animals would have died to make those curtains.
Like a sea lion, or I don't know.
Yeah. Like a diseased walrus of some sort. Oh, tree poker. Very nice of you. That's the
You're
30.
being hit on again.
No, that's the 30-second gift sub that Tree Poker has gifted this channel.
Amazing.
Papa Dolmio asks, is there anyone you held back making videos on because of being friends or another reason? I wasn't really in charge of picking the targets of videos, and also not really because I felt like they were funny. I don't really hold back on stuff like that. I make fun of my friends more than anyone else, and I can usually take it when someone's making fun of me. So I feel like as long as the videos aren't mean-spirited and they are supposed to get people to laugh, I don't really care.
I actually just got a DM.
You would love
Sorry,
to
go on.
You would love to be the main guy in one of the videos, right? You would have thought it was hilarious.
That you would have gone after me.
You would have liked it though. I'm saying most people who have a sense of humor think it's funny.
Oh, I was flattered when Dean Eggs called me Dick Napkin. I'm pretty happy with what anyone mentioned me. Was it Oscar Wilde said? You know, the only thing worse than people talking about you is people not talking about you.
Dick Napkin's hilarious. I got to give it to him.
I just got a DM on Twitter here saying, "What was your original feud with Daniel over?" I gave a little bit of detail on that on the last stream with Mike, although only the very beginnings of it, because it kind of had a few episodes over several months. You were sort of part of it as well, Jamie. You played more than a cameo role in my row. Equally, I probably played a cameo role in yours, though. So
a cameo role? You clipped the part where I complained about him and spread it nationwide. I'm like, no. Yeah, you played more than a cameo role, Lappin.
Did I do that?
You Dick Napkin? Yeah, you did.
But like, it's only what you said. I'm just holding the mirror up.
I know. It's okay.
Man, if I like the chip race off the record stuff, my god, could just break poker.
Yeah.
With the audio files, no one will ever get their hands on them. I'm a consummate journalist in that respect. But my god, the things people have admitted to, the things people have said when they think it's finished, which it kind of is, and you're like, okay, but you're still kind of going like, wow.
Yep.
And that's just what Jamie said after our interview.
Oh, I'm great post interview. Pretty boring during interview. That's amazing. Hyper's Modern talking about your mic. It's not loud as much as it is abrasive. We got Dougie taking it down on the left, the pair of sevens with the nut flush draw on the turn.
Why did you rig the 2019 GPI awards, Jamie?
That was an amazing. I don't think he ever actually really like said that, but I think it was implied that people were like picking winners based on things other than the content they're producing, and that's just crazy. If you would have seen the jury room, I think there are 10 of us or something, and some people were on Skype from other countries, whatever. We were so incredibly nerdy and discussing the finer points of everyone's articles and podcasts and whatever else, commentary. And everyone took it really seriously for an award show that really is just like you get handed a trophy and people clap for you and that's it. We really took it seriously. So I was pretty offended when there's other implications when your pod won. I really like the Chip Race pod. I think you guys do more research than most pods. You get really good guests. You get the best out of your guests. And I thought you were a deserving winner, but some people thought, ew, instead.
No, keep going.
Keep going. That's as nice as I'll ever be to you. I'm done.
I really wasn't asking that question for you to just flatter me, but I'll take it. Big pot here brewing on the left. Two-thirds from Daniel here in position. Hard to believe that too many of the hands that call flop, given the action with Doug, would fold here, but he does find a fold, so I guess maybe like a 7-no blocker sort of thing. Maybe a 4. Sort of minimum defense, maybe. Half pot on the right here on the queen 4-3.
Username 99 has a good question for after this hand. So I'll get to that.
And big bet from Daniel here. Okay, he's bringing out the big guns here with a bet of a 1.6er. Actually, 1.5 exactly.
And it gets through. So username 99 asked, because I had commentated some of Phil's first heads up match, does it kind of take away from the drama the fact that Doug is up by so much, and is it a little flat in terms of commentating because you really can't, I don't know, it's tough to make Daniel the villain and then just keep saying, oh, he's losing by this much, and I don't know, it would feel like kind of piling on someone. But I think I'm maybe the worst person to ask that of because I'm financially invested. Doug's my friend, and me and Daniel have had some issues. So I don't know. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I do not feel like this is flat at all. I find it interesting, and I don't know. I like you guys are a better judge of that. Like if you, the viewer, think it would be more interesting if this was a more even match, or if the viewer wants to see someone just completely get thrashed and lose $2 million. I don't know. I know what Lappin's rooting for. So
what did you say?
What? I was saying it's hard for me to be objective in this spot. I'm enjoying the thrashing, to be honest.
No, you've just taken the bait. I had you on mute, Jamie.
Oh.
It's a long-standing joke. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
I thought you were a comedian.
I just wasn't really paying attention to you. Sorry. Doug here with a little bit over pot size shove on this river. Takes it down. It's the Doug show today. He's going to be up over 100 after that hand. And also a small pot with a pair of nines on the right.
Arlie Chapan's cat asks me, fuck, marry, kill, Spraggy, Jen Shahade, and Jay Little.
Wait, who are the three again?
Spraggy, Jen Shahade, and Jonathan Little. I think you've put it in the right order, to be honest.
Strike it up. Suggest marry Jonathan Little. That's what you're thinking, right?
This is too many jokes situation.
Yeah.
I mean, you could marry Jonathan Little, but would you be really sure that it was Jonathan Little that you were marrying? That's the issue.
I told you are the scam historian. I think that's what I dubbed you when you came on the pod. You go way back with calling out shadiness. It's insane. Like, and in depth, like your blog was just, man, like I'm glad I didn't do something bad in like 1987 because I feel like you would have known about it.
Well, actually, Jamie, now that you mention it,
Alaskan Bowler says Jamie needs to chill the fuck out, and I would like to just show real quick. Hopefully, you can see that. That is a note to myself because I completely agree with you. But I'm feeling pretty.
Is that one of your post-it notes to your like fold ace jack and then chill out?
No, that is specifically regarding the Mafia game.
Tricky Mix thinks I should just ask you out.
I don't see that going very well for you.
It's just don't be like.
And
if that was my motivation here, don't just say it. That's just
Doug taking down a 36k pot on the turn. On the river there, where he turn trip tens. Let's see if Daniel's hand was shown. Oh wow, and Daniel, it went min bet call on turn, and wow. Okay, so we just missed a really good hand lap, and we got to stop screwing around here. Kind of want to ask him about this one too. It went Doug min bet turn, got called by Daniel in position when Doug turned trip tens. Weird hand. Definitely saving that one.
a 4-bet here from Doug on the left. Got to pay attention now. Whenever we see a 4-bet, we're going to pay attention.
That's the threshold. Every other hand, right out the window.
Just, yeah. 4-bet pre or over-bet turn. That's the point at which we switch on.
Mm-hmm. Who would be better at Mafia, Doug or D-Negs? I think Doug. I think I've seen D-Negs tilt. The D-Negs tilt is hilarious, but I don't think that would go very well for him when people are like shouting accusations his way. Doug rivering trips on the right for a $3,800 pot.
Big bet here from Doug. We can switch on.
Yep.
Now, this is an interesting one because we're a lot deeper, a lot more flats. We've seen a flat here, but this is the kind of pot we were talking about earlier where maybe we're more likely, 180 bigs deep?
Mm-hmm.
And this is real carnage now, potential. So, having called the 4-bet, Daniel checks, Doug checks back. 2 flush draws out there now. And a king, which definitely hits both ranges. Wouldn't be surprised to see a bet coming in here from Doug. And there it is, 2/3. Meanwhile, on the left, we have a pot size bet on again a 2 flush board. 10 jack 4 deuce. D-Negs does find a fold there, so most likely ace X there in D-Negs hand, maybe something like that just didn't connect an ace 10.
Yeah, I'm interested in what range of hands Doug 4-bets pre and then checks back on that board. Because I was expecting to see a C-bet pretty often. Were you?
Yeah, I think that would make a lot of sense. Again, most of those ones are going to be a mix of some sort. So, like even with ace king, he might mix in some check backs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. Big bet here on the left. Look at this one, Jamie. 3.6x. Have some of that.
I think my favorite part of any of the streams so far was when everyone in chat and the commentators and anyone watching at home was like, whoa, what was this 9-7 hand? This is so crazy. Now we have to like reevaluate Doug's ranges for everything and whatever. And then he gets in after the session's over and he's like, yeah, guys, that was a misclick.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, like I forgot about that option, that sometimes you're just playing infinite hands and you're paying attention to the other table. And we also know Doug's randomly tweeting sometimes. Like, yep.
Yeah, that was a funky hand, all right.
Yeah.
4-bet there from D-Negs on the left. Gets through. Like 3 bets now.
I think the 9-7 one was like a min 5 bet or something really, really absurd. But yeah, that was fun to hear about later.
Yeah, it was. Monetary Dragon asks, how close to the 12.5k hands are we? I'd say we're fast approaching 12. We're probably like 11.7, 11.8.
Yeah, probably. And I think unless they play a really extended session today, we won't get to it. And the next session, they should break that barrier, and then chat can stop obsessing. Because I think probably 10% of the questions are if it's going to go the full distance.
What I think is fair to say is they will decide after this session.
I would think so.
Almost certain, because if they're going to cross the line, they're not going to play half a session the next time out. Daniel's probably going to make his mind up.
Yeah, I agree with that.
This session not going well for Daniel so far, though, down 3.5 buy-ins. So I guess if there was a cataclysmic defeat, like if he was to lose 10 buy-ins today, maybe Daniel would have a decent tank about this. But right now it feels like Daniel's pretty much already said he's going to play on. So I think it would take something very dramatic to change. So buckle up for the new year, guys. I know we're all still stuck in our homes in a lot of parts of the world, certainly in the Northern Hemisphere. And at least we have this, 3 nights a week as a sort of pseudo sports event to rail.
Yep. And I've seen this question in the chat a few times, so I think at length Phil really wants to know. He says, Jamie, why do you think people are overreacting to the amount Daniel's down? I think I'm not one of the people who've been saying that much, but I think that he has run really bad in all NEV, and that's a big deal. But people are really results oriented. I think it's really hard not to be somewhat results oriented. So when people are seeing that he's down a lot of money, he's hearing about that all the time. Why'd you accept this challenge? You're such a big dog, blah, blah, blah. Like, you're going to lose millions of dollars. I think that is probably a thing he's hearing a lot. I think people are going to overreact to results like that almost universally. So yeah, I think that's probably why Negreanu makes some of those videos where he goes through the bad beats he experienced, because he's like, look, guys, this is what's happening to me. And it makes him feel a little bit better about the people who are attacking him for being down so much.
Yeah, it's a great answer.
Thanks, buddy. They want me to say that makes sense more because to mimic Mike Brady. So the problem with that is, though, I have to wait till lap and make sense before I can say that.
Well done, well done. Great question here from Arlie. Would I interview Negreanu on the chip race? Have I ever interviewed someone who I openly didn't get along with? Yes, I have many times interviewed people that I have personal disagreements with, that I don't even like particularly. But I got to say, and it's sort of relevant to the previous couple of questions. People are saying, like, do you hate Daniel or whatever? I know I'm totally I understand that I'm seen as partisan in this. I understand that I have this little bit of history with him, and that's obviously, it got a little bit ugly a couple of times. But the honest truth is, it's not that I hate or dislike him. It's I just disagree with him a lot. And I think that he's misused his position in the industry to punch down often, to be hypocritical very often. I think Daniel was a fantastic ambassador for poker for 8 years or more. But I think in the last 4 or 5, he's done nothing but disappoint the poker community. He's shown himself to be a shill for whoever's paying his bills at the time. And, with that comes, a change of perception of him for some people. Some people still like him and think he's a great ambassador, and that's fine. But there's plenty of evidence that he is not. And as Jamie says, I'm watchful of all the evidence of what people are doing. And I just really am disappointed, and I dislike him. And I think he's behaved in an ugly fashion on a few occasions and been particularly nasty to a couple of people when punching down that I thought was just completely beyond the pale. And that's the source of my disagreement. Would I have him on the chip race? I would have him on the chip race tomorrow. That my job as an interviewer is to tell someone's whole story, or at least get a snapshot or an angle on their story when I'm interviewing them. I can promise you now, if I interview Daniel tomorrow, half that interview would be a very positive interview, because I would want to acknowledge all of the good things he has done, all of the ways in which he's contributed massively to the game. I'm not blind to that. I see that. I remember that well. I'm playing the game 14 years for a living. I was watching it for 6 or 7 before that. Daniel Negreanu has always been part of that landscape. But what is important for me then is that at some point in the interview, it would change and it would become more challenging and it would become more argumentative. And I think that's also fine. And he would be capable of arguing back. So it's not like, but that's the way I would do my job in that spot, because that's just the way you should do it. You can't be personal about these things.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you on a lot of the stuff that you did not like about him. Like the SNE program was pretty crazy. I had a lot of friends who were grinding in Mexico, and they were the least fun friends I had because they would play 12-hour days. Some of them weren't even beating the games. They were basically just rakeback pros. And then come November of the year where they've worked for 11 months, they find out they're actually not going to get paid the amount they were promised and that they were discontinuing the SNE program. That hurt a lot of people who were not rich people. They were people who worked really hard. And some pros actually kind of left stars for it. And then Daniel kind of promised to do promised to put some effort into making sure those people were made whole, and that never happened. And he really never faced repercussions for it. And I think that's my main thing. All the other stuff, like the personal stuff, I don't care. It's whatever. I just know how that would feel to spend your whole entire year doing something. Some of the people literally worked so hard they couldn't have a girlfriend, they couldn't have fun with their friends, they didn't take care of their health because they're grinding so hard, and then they don't get the 100K bonus. It's just I don't know. It's a bad situation.
Well, I want to pick up on what you said there, Jamie, but we do see a pop out from Daniel here in this big pot on the right. He does take it down. And the other thing about that is, because there's a tendency for people, particularly people in the chat, maybe who play lower, who are more recreational, to think well, why am I supposed to care about these people who are turning over millions of dollars in a year? The reality is a lot of these people had a strategy where they were going to lose 30 grand over the year in order to fulfill the quota of games, the amount of rake you had to pay. They were on a race to get to that number so they could get this 100K bonus. So a lot of people lost money in the endeavor and then didn't get their bonus. I partially agree with you too, Jamie, on the personal stuff. I certainly don't like. I almost kind of just.
It's okay if someone doesn't like me or my commentary. It's totally fine. Whatever.
And I feel very similarly when I get into any personal fracas. Oh, here we go. Big bet here from Doug. He's actually just shoved in this spot. Now, obviously, it's kind of a weird amount because he'd have to kind of click it to 23, 24. And the question is, does he have any light ones in that? Well, maybe he could construct some sort of range, but actually at this stack depth, he's just decided to stick it in. And now Daniel, well, one would assume now that we're tanking, was actually 3 or 4 betting a hand of some value, but then it shriveled up in the face of that large bet. To come back to your point, Jamie, it's like there was one particularly ugly moment, and I don't mind saying it because it happened. It's in the public realm, to be honest. On his podcast, Daniel made some pretty poorly chosen comments on adoption, on the notion of adopting. He referred to it as buying children. He made a horribly crass joke about if you buy from Asia, you get 2 for the price of 1. It was disgusting, and I was disgusted hearing it. And I actually went to Twitter and took a pop because I just thought, well, that's just really, really ugly, and they should just take it down. They should take it down before anyone else had heard it, because I had heard it because I was probably, checking out the show pretty quickly after it had dropped. And someone else had listened to it. It was a guy, had a couple of hundred followers, nice lad on Twitter, and he messaged him saying, I'm actually an adopted guy, and that's the kind of comments that have really hurt me over my life and hurt my feelings and made my life more difficult. I would really appreciate you take that back. And Daniel's response to that person with 200 followers and Daniel with his 1 million followers was to say, wow, your parents must have got a good deal on you. Now, that was disgusting. And that was really, really sickening to me to watch that play out. And that was kind of a big moment for me, because yes, you're right. When it comes to personal stuff, you can kind of just let it go. But that just, I couldn't get beyond how disgusting that comment was.
Yeah, I missed the comment, but someone's bringing it back to humor again, which I'm trying to veer off of the Daniel hating conversation because it makes me feel weird. But you
know what? Let's draw a line under it there and focus back on the game, because you know what, we can be easily dragged into this and drawn into this kind of chat, and it's fine, it's valid, and particularly when you put me and Jamie in a boot together, it probably makes sense that it came up at some point. But I would rather focus on the action too.
Yeah, I didn't see what the screen name was, but he said Daniel's getting adopted in this match. I thought that was a good way to put a bow on that one.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
COVID guy, Jamie, your dogs officially got bored and left the room. Yeah, they're having like an epic MMA match behind me right now. I hope you guys can't hear it.
Small raise again from Doug. That's interesting. We're starting to see these couple of small bets. I wonder if we're seeing a pattern, maybe a strategic change, or if it's just sort of a randomizing thing where he kind of has two sizings and he's just rolling the small one.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing it happen more often. As Doug said the other day, he kept rolling the aggressive action, even when he was deep down not wanting to. What was it, 2 streams ago or 1 stream ago?
That has to be interesting. Like while you're rolling, you're like rooting against it to come out of something. Yeah. You're like, oh, geez, like, oh well, here we go.
Well, the bets are coming in thick and fast. So I want to say there's more money going in. Like the average pot size of this session feels as big as anything I've watched. This just feels like like we're watching a big session. Dare I say, even one of those sessions where the wheels are in danger of coming off to some extent.
Yeah, and I haven't really, and like, look, I'm not familiar enough with what Daniel's ranges should look like all the time and frequencies and everything. So I could just be missing it. I really haven't seen him do anything crazy punty, even though we know he has the ability to tilt. We've seen it in videos. I can't like point to a specific hand where I'm like, whoa, like that dude lost his mind there. Can you? Like even at the end of a session, like pots tend to get bigger at the end. So clearly like things are changing in their minds. They're going after it more, but I can't think of a time where it's just like, well, the threes was weird, but I would love to hear what Doug has to say about that. But other than that, I'm not really sure if the tilt has actually reached the gameplay.
I agree with that, and I also think obviously at the end of the session they're more likely to be playing deeper, which means that there's better implied odds for all sorts of hands to start, raising and flatting, and you can probably end up putting more chips into those pots, where it's strategically inevitable that the pots will generally grow and the stacks get deeper. So that makes sense too. But we do see, this is a big session for Doug. I see we have 135k. I would have actually guessed it being more. So I don't know if that's an accurate figure right now. But no, probably is about right, because basically Doug kind of put in 3 buy-ins into this. So it's sort of... Getting in my ear here from the Oracle, Jimmy, that, yeah, we're actually pretty bang on there. Doug is in for about 135. So if you take that off his combined stacks, you can get his tally.
Doug's going to take that down with a pair of aces. Thriller HS is, I think the dirt on DNegs actually makes this more fun to watch, makes me root for Doug more. Yeah, I mean, the backstory was always really important to me when I was getting into poker and when I used to rush home to watch Lon and Norm on WSOP, like the ESPN show. I didn't know poker enough to like be completely excited like watching the hands play out, but people's backstories and their hometown stuff and everything you learned about their friends and family, and their origin story and like what their jobs were. I used to just really start to root for people and root against people, and I missed that a lot. So I think this match, just having so much history with these guys and like animosity between them, and I don't know, I definitely think that it adds a lot to the challenge, where I like watching Galfon too, but it's like Galfon's just like so polite and nice that there's like no shit talking at all. And yeah, I don't know. I kind of prefer this because it's just like feels slightly more meaningful.
You're no stranger to prop bets, Jamie. I know you had a running bet a few years back, and I know you kind of get involved if there's sort of an interesting bit of action, or maybe a kind of a side reason to do it, like getting fitter or whatever the little personal targets might be. Who would you like to do a grudge match against? Is there anybody out there in poker who, at respectable levels where it would hurt the same amount, say? Who would you like to battle?
Yeah, I mean, is there anyone in poker I could beat? I don't think so, but if there was, I would love to. I would love to challenge Bilzerian. Obviously, like if I got a year to study, I feel like that would be very, very motivating in my life to have someone I really want to beat, and someone who'd really, really hate losing to a girl. I feel like that would be satisfying.
You don't feel like you're a better poker player than Bilzerian
I
right
have
now.
no idea. I mean, I've
Mm.
really not seen him play. Like, you just don't know. Like, I wouldn't put a big dollar amount on a bet where I just have like no real information.
I would bet on you there.
I don't know, man.
I don't.
I was
Yeah, I suppose
afraid he only
he
started
is a
running
very
it.
mysterious, hard to judge person. But even just on the few hands we got to see when he was multi-accounting on Perkins' account in the middle of the ocean, I wasn't too impressed.
Yeah, but you just never know. I don't like making assumptions like on someone's skill level, and like he could really be grinding like private games and winning, and maybe they aren't as easy as he's making them out to be. I have literally no idea about his skill level. Who would you play?
Who would I play against?
Mm-hmm.
To know. Apparently I hate lots of people. I wasn't aware of this, but maybe they make you up now after this. I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't. I don't feel like I have a grudge. That might sound silly to some, but I don't.
Yeah, I don't have a grudge that I would like settle with playing poker. Like, ooh, I'm gonna just sit at a computer and play you. Like, I'll fight someone. No. That's what the guys in poker do. It's like, I'm mad. Like, we're gonna fight for money. But those don't tend to like really. They don't happen very often. They get talked about and then that's it. Just like the heads up for rolls almost never really happens. I was surprised when this match started to get talked about for real. I thought this was a thing where it would be on Twitter for a month and people would like all have opinions on it. Mike McDonald would start setting lines and then it wouldn't happen. So it's pretty cool that this is actually happening.
Honestly, I actually thought Dean Eggs is being really clever because he's going to string Doug along now, make Doug go into the lab for a month, and then just be like, nah. And that would have been like kind of good revenge.
Yeah. Yeah.
From his perspective.
For sure. And Dean Eggs on the right here with 150% pot bet on this paired turn. Doug makes the
call. I saw a line very similar to this one yesterday where he did have the two. He actually did have the bottom pair that paired. So interested to see if it's similar idea. Obviously, some maybe like 4-5, 4-6 certainly of hearts would make sense in this spot.
Wow, and I would love to see Daniel's cards, but yeah, Doug with just top pair, not a great kicker, ends up taking down that overinflated pot for the value of his hand. Unless, I mean, there's a chance that Daniel just turned the world, right? Like if you had ace 4 of hearts or something like that.
Yeah, those hands make the most sense because they've such good equity that you can kind of make it really big and put max pressure on the turn. But actually, then the cards in your hand are the cards you want your opponent to have by the river, so they're actually good ones to abandon ship on.
Arlie Shaban's cat asks, I still play soccer. Not during the pandemic, and I miss it so much. It's ridiculous, but not about to go get sick. They have indoor soccer still in Vegas. Indoor is probably the worst, where you're like more likely to get, come in contact with someone sick and get it. But
I'm so upset for you guys at the moment. Las Vegas is literally like ground zero for the pandemic at the moment. It is like the worst hit place in the whole world, pretty much.
So much travel.
You are literally surrounded by the disease, and it's frightening. I can't imagine what it'd be like being somewhere where it's that much of a pandemic. It's like everywhere.
Well, I just stay indoors and commentate poker with you.
Here we go. Doug gets paid to the max here. Value betting top pair all the way, King 10, and gets paid by the Queen 8.
Snap call too. That was just a complete snap. So that was a 3-bet pot pre. Daniel led for about 2/3 call. He checked turn, Doug bet, Daniel called, and then wow, I just beat him right into the pot there. Could that be tilty, or is that just standard to have second pair there for infinite dollars? Yeah, Jimmy speculating that this could possibly be a short session. I would probably agree with that, although there was one time that I was in the booth and they still went another hour and a half or so when Daniel was stuck a lot. So I really don't know how to predict that anymore.
Yeah, look, I'm really conscious of putting in the caveat here that heads up is not my forte. I'm not qualified to judge these guys, like people like you've had like Live in here and stuff who could much better analyze sort of relative ranges, or at least the cards we get to see and make judgments. But it does feel to me like this is a wilder session. This is the low frequency play session. Can we put it that way? And that in itself just feels a little more. It makes it feel a little bit looser and splashier. Now, of course, there can be reasonable strategic reasons for all of this stuff, but yeah, like the threes hand, which again I know maybe some people are going to disagree with, and we might be completely wrong. The queen eight there, like queen eight on the 10-7-4, like he's got a lot of backdoors, but I don't know.
And I
Just
don't
doesn't
know
feel
if chat was actually disagreeing with the threes because they are a bunch of jokesters. I think most people thought, whoa, that seemed like too much money to get in to 3 to 5 threes there. But I think what Dom had said is three betting threes is fine, but you're not trying to turn it into a 3 to 5 with no blockers and just like praying that you're up against overcards when you get called. But pretty soon, hopefully, Doug will be in here and he'll be able to answer if we are all crazy and that's standard or if that was a punt.
Yeah. So with Doug up, cresting 200,000 for this session puts him back in the 900 territory. A couple more buy-ins. Like this comes off the rails now in the next 10 minutes. We might cross the million mark again. I know we were talking about that 3-4 sessions ago. Daniel has rallied since. Fair play to him. He's mounted a bit of a comeback. But, Daniel getting beaten down tonight. This is a big session. He's getting hurt really badly. We've seen before he does go on in these situations sometimes. So we might get to see another hour of poker, and who knows, maybe that million mark. Stay tuned, guys. Could get exciting.
Did that just go check 600, 1200, 2K? Is that what happened on the right? We'll be able to check it out after, but this is a cute little hand. And then a 10%.
And now a 10%.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, I mean, 10% on the turn makes a lot of sense if you have like 18 sizings.
That's when that's when you're putting the PO solver on overnight.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's an interesting run out because obviously the nuts has changed. And we do get a pot bet here. We could be getting to the river.
Thank you, Daniel, for the clip.
Such wide ranges.
Whoa.
Interesting to see. And yeah,
there we go. Weird hand. Wow.
Super weird hand. Like it could be an ace high call there from Doug. Could be a king high call there from Doug sometimes. Who knows?
I'm rewatching this one because that is just, if there are no misclicks, this is one of the weirdest hands of the match. And yeah, it did go 400, 1200, 2K. And then 10% bot call, and then full size pot on the river. And yeah, Daniel just has the 5 use of spades. He's got no club in his hand. He has the gutter ball and a pair. And
here we go on the left now. Flush gets there. Turn, board pairs river. Daniel again rivering trips. Well, obviously he kind of made a boat the last time round, but again, hitting the crucial card there on the river.
Yep. He did have the gutter ball and the second nut flush draw, so there was more to this one than the 5 deuce hand, but yeah, just 2 decent sized pots going in Daniel's direction. Do you think? I think that would make me want to keep playing if I was stuck a bunch and I was Daniel.
Oh, Twix asked, does it snow in Ireland in the winter? Rarely, but it does. Maybe 1 out of 3 or 4 Christmases you might have a bit of snow. Rarely have a big snow. That probably only happens once every 7 or 8 years. But I live in Malta, and right now it's sunny. So I escaped the weather of Ireland.
It really feels like, having moved to Vegas, it feels like I'm cheating winter. It's amazing. I went on a hike 2 days ago or yesterday and wore shorts and was comfortable. And I'm like thinking how weird this is that at home in New Jersey, they've had huge snowstorms. And Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely good for poker players to be somewhere sunny if you're like cooped up a lot of the day playing online, to be able to at least like dip out for an hour and get sun.
Yeah, in the words of the great Mike Brady, makes sense. I did spend a few years in Connecticut, actually. I lived on the East Coast, much like yourself, Jamie. We used to get those nor'easters from like late November onwards, so you'd be kind of caught under a 3-4 day snowstorm where it just kept whipping around and getting you over and over again. You'd have to do the snow days, you'd have to stock up on supplies when you knew it was coming. So I've done my fair share of digging myself out of a driveway kind of stuff, but not so much here in Malta.
Yeah. Scott Alford in chat saying, bad mindset just to play if you're stuck and won a few pots. Just play. Oh, I let it go. Just play when you want to. Yeah, I agree with that. I think most players are probably like pretty even keeled. And if they feel like they're not tired and they're sharp, they keep playing. But just been noticing that, Daniel might have a different strategy there. And that some people, if they're losing, they play worse. Like they just feel bad and they make worse decisions. So if you know that about yourself, then sitting out is not shameful.
No, not at all. It's the beauty of cash as well that you can just escape after the next hand.
Mm-hmm.
We speak a little bit with Olivier, obviously one of the great heads up sit and go players, and he's sort of opted these days for a short session approach, which I guess becomes him these days. Maybe as a slightly younger man, he was able to kind of go a bit longer. I think we can all say that as young men. But he, just the intensity of, maybe whatever number of tables he plays, heads ups. I know he plays some ring games now these days as well, but just feeling like you can maybe play your A game in bursts like that, and then around those hours, you want to be mentally prepared, physically ready, eating well, and there's a kind of a whole regimen around it. But maybe if you can get one or two of those really good 2-hour sessions in per day, that's like actually pretty good. That's obviously anathema to tournament players, which I know we both kind of are. I know you probably your bread and butter is the cash, Jamie, but you play a decent amount of tournaments too. And as tournament players, you're sort of locked to your computer no matter what.
Yeah, I think the answer for that is just like knowing yourself and how you're the most productive and how you can like keep your win rate high. And if you find that like on the 4th hour of playing, you're making bad decisions, then what's the point? Like you might reduce your win rate by so much that you're better off playing 2 hours than 4 hours. And your quality of life is super important too. So yeah, longevity in the game, has a lot to do with outside factors too. If you are able to survive in poker longer because you take better care of yourself and your mental health and everything, it's better for you in the long run than if you just go so hard and play every minute when you think the games are good and then maybe you burn out in 2 years.
Yeah, that's great advice. As poker professionals, you're managing yourself as a professional. Poker's part of the game, of course. That's, playing the hands of cards is really important, but actually treating yourself like a business, treating yourself like a pro who has to, maybe be a small business that grows, who wants to move up the stakes and do it responsibly, take some shots maybe when there are good opportunities, but not take too many. All of those things that are off the table things, probably as important, if not more important, than the actual playing of cards well.
Yeah. And interesting. So Daniel's sitting out on one of the tables. He didn't do the ... dots. So I'm not sure if he signified the end. But then they played an extra hand over here, which makes me think they're just trying to get the button right for fairness purposes, and that they might be finishing.
Yeah, that would make more sense that they would just be leveling it up, and then we are going to see the ... dot. So this could be it, guys. That would make an awful lot of sense. Or it could just be a misclick that he just didn't hit the sit out button on the other one, and he does want the break. We'll find out. There's been no ... dots yet, so maybe we'd have seen it coming in the other table. As Daniel fires out a 40%er here on the 7-5 Jack, 2 hearts, 8 of clubs on the turn. Oh, and this board gets wetter and wetter. So could certainly have some leads here. He checks and Daniel does fire out 2/3, gets it through, and now we're going to find out.
looks like this is just going to be a regular break unless they're texting each other about it. And Doug did say that once in a while they do exchange messages while they're playing. Like Daniel will send him LOL when Doug spikes a ridiculous river card. I just can't imagine that they're like, it seems sort of friendlier. Like they are, there's a tiny possibility that they're like friendly after this, just based on certain things they've both said about each other. That would be really funny.
Well, it was interesting when they obviously had to play in person, sort of promoting this entire event. They went to the Poker Ghost studios. They played a couple of hundred hands. Daniel, I think, won maybe 2 or 3 buy-ins in that little sample. But you had to be physically there in front of each other, and with all the animosity in the world that exists, it's hard to be aggro with the guy who's right in front of you. Now, I remember I messaged you during that beginning. I was like, what the fuck is happening here? They're going to be asking each other out for dinner after this session. This is getting silly. Because, of course, there is a huge amount of needle in this game, and there is a huge amount of animosity going back years and years. So you would expect that to have translated somehow. But again, just sort of politeness dictates. If you're in the company of somebody else, you at least you're going to be civil. They were more than civil. They were actually pretty friendly to each other.
Yeah. I do understand that, though. Like, it would be so weird. The points everyone made are completely true. If you're sitting across from someone, it's not like a full ring game where there's other conversations happening and there's like breaks from the tension. You're just staring at the person. If you're just stare at the person and like give them the silent treatment or say a bunch of like asshole comments the whole time, I don't know. I feel like that would really stress me out. Like, I don't ever want to be in a situation where that's expected of me. You don't agree? You just would have been slinging comments the whole time.
No, I'm very cognizant of the fact that I'm on the Upswing channel and I'm with you, Jamie, and you know Doug is the main man here. I sort of don't know whether anything that's being said should be really believed, in the sense that when this game got made, it was on the face of it a pretty obvious mismatch. Now, no question, Daniel's a great poker player, great resume, capable of getting the best people around him at any price and improving at a hugely fast level compared to anyone else and what they could do. But it felt like the dynamic was someone had their mark. And when you have that in poker, we all know it. We've all been in a sort of similar situation. You're not going to tap the bowl. You're not going to be abusive. So I just think it all changed from that moment onwards. And, the feelings kind of go to one side because that's what we're good at as poker players. We just detach from whatever we think. Now we're actually in a situation where we can financially benefit from a match against someone. So why would you start calling them names at the table? It makes sense, even if it was kind of the way people would behave, which probably isn't anyway. It just doesn't make sense. So there's stuff around the game. I kind of just don't think it should be factored. I don't know what to believe.
Yeah, if
I'm honest.
Yeah, I mean, Doug's very capable of being a little tricky, and I guess not 100% sincere about certain things, but I have heard him say a few times that he did like gain respect for Daniel for just clicking the like yes button to this challenge, because it's a big commitment where Daniel would be a huge dog, and I think that what more can you ask for when you're an online troll and you poke the bear enough where they give you a match where it might be $1 million swings? It's like, after that, is Doug going to make a video being like saying anything about Daniel? Probably not. He's probably satisfied with this result.
Indeed, he probably is. As we see the monotone Queen Jack 3 here on the left, 3-bet pot. Potential for a big pot here on the right now. Both of these guys with about 80k. So, this session could turn around quickly for Daniel. A little bit of good fortune. Could also go very badly for him. So, it's a really interesting dynamical spot right now. Next couple of hours go reasonably well. Daniel can put manners back on this big total. Goes very badly, we could be crossing the million threshold, and I'm sure we'll get a few I won't 1 millions in the Twitch chat.
Oh my god, such a throwback. I won't million.
Classic. Jan Sakanik says we need a hand count. Very possible they're playing 12.5 today, and DN said privately he's quitting. It's possible, Jan. What I can tell you now is we're probably not that close to 12.5. We're probably around 12. And it would take another hour and a half to probably get to 12.5.
Yeah,
so
Jimmy
I don't
can probably estimate because I'm not sure exactly how many. If they go for 3 hours is about the average session that they've been playing, as far as I know, and I'm not sure exactly what hand count they get over 3 hours. If it's possible that they would get to the 12.5, I think they haven't been playing 1,100 hands a day. I think it's been closer to 7 or 8.
That makes sense.
But he'd be able to confirm.
I'd like to point out that, just yet another thorn in Daniel's side, Jan Sukanek, whose post I just mentioned there is Jan Sukanek of Jan Sukanek 1 through probably 35 screen names on Twitter, who thwarted and cajoled Daniel over his poor hockey bet results for years, as Daniel, in Jan's opinion, tried to maybe do a little bit of fiddling with the numbers to make it look like he wasn't doing as badly as he was in those bets. So it's wonderful. It's just a wonderful place where everyone can come together. This this Twitch chat. It's just a wonderful little club. We can all just hop in the chat and meet like-minded people.
Oh wow, yeah. Chat's talking about Bitcoin, and it would be really interesting if like more heads-up matches came up because people are getting richer. They're just like, screw it. I'm going to challenge this guy and see if I can take his whole roll.
I literally right now just got a message from Jan Sukanek in a group chat. I'm not gonna read it necessarily because I don't know what it's gonna say. Jan is in New Zealand, drinking an IPA, enjoying the sunny non-COVID life that he gets to have now. Yeah, New Zealand, that'd be the nut place to be right now. Wow.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I should point out, because a lot of people might assume that Jan is some sort of, annoying troll. Jan is a multi-squillionaire, one of the most successful sports bettors in the world out there. But just like as a sideline, just decided to annoy Daniel for about maybe 2 years. And whenever Daniel would block one of Jan's accounts, he would just start a new account with one number different on it and then repost the last post that Daniel had blocked and keep going. And he just did that relentlessly. It's a beautiful thing to watch.
It's very easy to get lost in the chat and then be like, oh my God, poker. Okay. Chat is pretty funny. Got on the turn here on a fairly wet board on the right, Doug betting full pot in position.
He does get called, and it gets wetter, Jamie.
Yeah. This is the most action river card I could probably think of. I would think this would favor Daniel having check called this turn with the board changing so much that Doug was willing to put in a bunch of money on the turn here, and then the board just 180'd on him. So I'm not sure about that, but we're going to see some chips come in, I think.
Yeah, this is around the point where some people might be ready to turn some value hands into bluffs as well. It could get really interesting. Well, Daniel has checked it.
Doug with a very reasonable, about 2/3 pot bet. Let's see if Daniel was trapping here or inducing this bet.
Let's go. apart from WSOP, Jamie, what's coming up for you before New Year or into the early part of next year?
Nothing. Life is the same every single day since about March 10th of last year. So I don't know. I have been studying a little bit of Heads Up lately, specifically so that I can enjoy this match more and have a little more to talk about. So I'll probably continue doing that, but I don't have any like actual fun plans. Do you have any?
I'm hosting dinner in my home for Christmas Day, so I'm looking forward to that. I'll spend most of the day in an apron, cooking for friends. Normally, we go home to Ireland and see family. We usually take turns. Myself and my girlfriend would take turns at whose family we go to, and then usually go to the other one on Boxing Day or Stevens's Day or whatever you call it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you just call it 26th.
Yep,
in America. But this year, obviously, not traveling because of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
I decided to invite any friends who are sort of in similar spots here on the island to come over to mine, and we have dinner. And then I have planned a nice meal out on New Year's Eve, where we will go out to a restaurant. We do still have restaurants open here in Malta. We have a mask mandate, but we do have restaurants open. So I'm going to bring my girlfriend. It's her birthday. So they're the two kind of nice things we'll be doing. But very much looking forward to Christmas morning and the Santa Claus stuff. That's always good crack.
How old is your kid?
He's 3.5, and I would say if this was 3 months ago, he probably still not quite know what was going on. But there's just a little. There's definitely is that a present? Is that my present? Do I get to open that present? But Santa's not really quite there yet. So because you're in reality as a parent, you only get about 4 years of Santa Claus.
Mm-hmm.
So I think probably next year will be the first proper one.
Don't spoil it for anyone in the chat who doesn't know yet about Santa. Lappin, you really only think your kid's gonna believe in Santa till 7.5?
No, 8.5. Is that not 4? Is my maths that bad? Yeah, you're right. 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, 5 years.
Yeah, I was gonna say, come on, don't grow them up too quick. I feel like I was way in the dark till I was like 10, and then after that, probably willfully, blissfully ignorant. Because I was like, well, if I stop believing, the presents stop coming, so I'll just keep quiet about this.
Well, yeah, I did do that thing, and actually, my dad was a good sport because he used to do a Spirit of Santa present until I was about 16, where he would still get like a Santa gift, even though the cat was out of the bag. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, I think I was about 8 when I figured it out. So yeah, hopefully he's not as precocious and we get another year.
Chat is wanting a crouton appearance, but did you guys not notice crouton has been in the back
all along
the entire time? I'll give you a little more crouton if you need it.
Blending in with the beanbag.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's camo, but he's there. We had the little one for a while too.
Actually, speaking of my son and the gifts, actually, a lot of it, he's obsessed with construction stuff, which makes me laugh every time I see it because obviously it just means there's trucks all over my house. And of course, trucks are sort of a theme of this challenge. I feel like I should have. This was the one session I blew it here, 200k on one stack. And not once have I brought out a toy truck. Hang on, you're gonna have to wait for me.
So hopefully, yeah, you guys have a little more crouton cam there, but he's been sleeping and yeah, he's been falling asleep to the dulcet tones of David Lappin the whole entire day. Oh my god. Twixilus, 5 to 10% chance that Santa died. Is this like a COVID reference? Because yeah, Santa probably is in the slightly at-risk age group. Let me see if I can turn this light down. I didn't realize that I was the Casper the Friendly Ghost. Let me replay this one on the left for you guys. Single raise pot pre-flop. King 5-4 2 diamonds. Check call by Doug at $500. Check turn on a 3, and then the king pairs the board. Doug took a stab at it with a missed open-ended straight draw on the turn, and Daniel called with the pair of jacks. Pretty standard stuff, I think. About an 8K pot going D-Neg's way.
You ready for some prop comedy?
In one moment, we got a big pot on the right, though. We have Daniel raising to 10K over Doug's 2K river bet. Daniel check raised him as the flush draw comes in and also the board pairs.
Which way is it going to go?
I really couldn't tell you.
Are we tipping the money out? Is the money being tipped out? What's happening?
No, Daniel's going to
Unfortunately,
tip
it
that
is.
one down. So what comedy you got for me?
Prop comedy with my truck. It's over now. That was it.
That was it, the beep, 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 but you got to wait till Doug wins.
Well, I thought it was going to happen.
COVID guy, damn Jamie, mix in a tanning salon occasionally. Well, I'm fine being pasty white and not getting all wrinkly and old from tanning, but you know, the drawback is that I look like Casper on stream. Got a 13K pot brewing on the right here with the ace hitting the turn. Should change something here. And a board pairing after it goes check, check on the turn. Sorry, Arlie Siobhan's cat. He keeps pushing his glasses up just looking at mine. Sorry, I like how they feel when they're a little bit lower, but I could see how that would look kind of annoying. And Daniel does go for about 3/4 pot and gets it through. Atlantic City Phil asked me, how long do I think until live tournaments get big again? You would be surprised. Vegas is huge. Some of those Venetian deep stacks had bigger numbers than they probably normally would have if not for the pandemic. So
wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of demand. People are wearing masks. There's places that have plexiglass poker, but it's really not stopping people from playing. I haven't played a single hand of live poker since March, though. I don't know. We have online poker. We have a bunch of stuff to do. There's studying to be done. There's online games that are fun. You can play with your friends. And I don't feel like we're the demographic that's the most affected by having to sit at home. People who are interested in poker, like we have enough stuff to do at home to not put ourselves and other people at risk. And that's my personal view. That's why I'm not playing live right now.
Yeah, 100% agree with you, Jamie. Ike Haxton has written very well on this subject in the last couple of weeks. I would really strongly recommend anyone check out what he's been saying. Yeah, look, obviously it's bizarre how this issue has become political, and because it has, it kind of becomes a thorny subject, certainly to bring up in a different context like this is, but just very worrisome that so many people in Las Vegas are continuing to go about their business as per usual.
Yep.
It's not usual right now. It's not normal.
Yeah, people are free to make whatever decisions they want, but I've actually had Doug makes quad aces here on the left.
Nice.
For 12K pot. I've had some weird reactions from people on Twitter if I make a point. Like if someone asks me, hey, what have you been doing? I'm like, oh, I'm not going to play live poker until like things are cleared up. And then I'll get really judgmental comments that are just like, you're a sheep, you're believing this and that. I'm just like, dude, I'm doing what I think is best for me. And I'm not judging other people for the stuff they're doing. I feel like that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I probably am judging them more than that. So yeah, you're nicer than me. The book stops when the hospitals and the medical staff are overrun and overworked and there's no beds left. and we're reaching that point across Europe. America has, been, and certainly in some places is right at that point now. You can talk about, oh, what's the right thing to do? Masks are not really helpful. You're a sheep.
Mm-hmm.
But end of the day, if your medical sort of infrastructure is collapsing under the weight of the amount of people coming in, that's the bottom line in this, and that's happening right now.
Yeah. Oh, shy is surprising. It's a good point, though. Yeah, easy to take the moral high ground. Your lifestyle doesn't depend on you leaving the house. 100%. That's why judging other people is kind of crummy, because there are people who have to feed their families and they're not getting a stimulus check in time, and they have to go to work or they have to do whatever. That's why it's do what you think is right. I just think people judging other people for being overly cautious is kind of silly, because being overly cautious is not hurting anyone else. It's probably helping.
Mm-hmm. And in that sense, it's top down as well. Obviously, there was no meaningful stimulus. There was a check, 8 months ago, and there's maybe a check coming for New Year.
Like $3 a day. You're like, wow, thanks, government. Yeah. COVID guy. Not everyone's rich like you, David. That's a great point.
You don't get these curtains for nothing.
Oh man. Crouton finally left. Crouton's like, I'm tired of this COVID talk. I'm out. He's the one most directly benefiting from this pandemic. Like, he always gets, I'm home 100% of the time, giving him more treats than he's ever had in his life.
Well, that was a real thing back in, I want to say, like June, July, when the lockdowns across Europe were lifting, and pretty much every country in Europe did at least a sort of 8-week lockdown. Some did more. Mm-hmm. The dogs were all going into sort of deep depressions because people were leaving the house again, and they gotten used to it. Yeah, no, that was a real thing.
Rhymes with orange. Those curtains look like they were bought with the second stimulus check.
That's great.
And Doug finding a check raise on the left on the Jack 9-6 rainbow, taking it down. 219K stack. Holy crap. So we're halfway to a 400K pot.
Yeah.
But Daniel's not holding up his side. There have been, I'm not sure exactly how deep they've been. I think that at some point they're both over a little over 100K. So there's potential for some really huge pots.
Well, speaking of that potential, here we do have a 4-bet on the right. D-Negs, quite a small 4-bet. And we do see a flat as we're going to when they're a little deeper. Jack 5-3, 2 hearts here. And in these 4-bet call pots, we have seen a decent number of 1 big card, 2 small card boards, which is interesting because we've noticed that it sometimes pacified the action slightly. Mm-hmm. Although it's easy to still get it in by the river, of course, when you're this shallow with just an SPR of 2.2 or something.
Mm-hmm.
So D-Neg's in position, fires out quarter. And Jack's an interesting card there. Obviously, Daniel could have Ace-Jack, maybe a King-Jack suited in his range, but Doug more likely to have Jack X as the flatter, so this could go check-check a lot. Or maybe you'll see a kind of a blocker from Daniel here.
We chop the pot on the left with Broadway each. But yeah, it just goes check-check. Okay. So now it seems more likely that they both want some kind of draw.
So Doug can definitely have a decent number of middly pairs here for boats. Hard to believe he has too many 5x or 3x. So, but he's going big here. He's gone all in for 1.3x. So, it's really interesting, actually. This is a really interesting pot. Note this one down, Jamie. This one's definitely going to be a talker.
So he's just repping quads and overpairs here?
No, I don't think so necessarily. Like, I think it's possible that Daniel can get to this river with some ace highs, so there could be some bluffs in here as well. But yeah, sorry, repping strong,
repping,
obviously.
Yes, repping. I don't think he's trying to
rep quads and maybe like I don't know. Do you even do that with nines? I don't think you. Well, I don't know.
Might.
You might have to.
Atlantic City Phil asking Jamie, can Daniel choose to load for 100K? No, they both buy in for the 40K, and they have to top up. They can't be under 40K, but no, there's no buying in deeper. Although I think Doug would probably be pretty happy if that was one of the rules. I feel like I don't know how you feel about it. I feel like the more experienced player is going to want to play deeper. They're probably going to make fewer mistakes than the other deeper, and he's also going to be more comfortable recognizing the spots he could put on max pressure. He's been over potting way more than Daniel, and I think that would be an advantage for Doug. But what do you think?
100% agree with you. Yeah, I think it's a very clear line where the bigger the stacks, the more it weights in favor of Doug. At a certain crazy point, maybe, because there are very few people who are good at playing like 1,000 bigs deep. That's not going to happen. But like at that point, maybe it becomes a different sort of game because the way you structure ranges, that depth becomes infinitely more complicated. But but I would say anything up to 300, Doug's going to have a huge edge as it gets bigger.
Yeah,
I was quite a linear journey.
Personally, the times that I've moved up in stakes, I've felt like, okay, I want to be 100 big blinds deep. I don't want to be 200 big blinds deep. It just seems like the people who play those stakes regularly were like happy to be very deep. They're not picking up because they have 500 big blinds in front of them. Like they're happy to be like that. And then for me, I was like a little baby 5'10" player, just being like, okay, I've doubled up and now I'm super scared, playing overly cautious and like probably easier to push around. I don't know if Daniel would feel that way because he's wealthy, but I don't know.
Doug mentioned on stream 2 nights ago that he is appearing on late night or on high stakes poker, I should say. Obviously, the flagship show on. That's. Did you see something pop up on screen, Jamie?
Yeah, I closed it. That was just like a virus thing, protection.
Okay,
thing
cool. I thought that was on my computer. I got rid
no,
of it.
remember you're sharing.
No, God, no, what's happening? Yeah, Doug's obviously appearing on High Stakes Poker. That was the Game Show Network's premiere poker show, sort of 15 to 9 years ago, and it's back. And Doug is making an appearance. I know Maury twisted his arm, said, "Oh, sure, well, you're loading up your account there for the Grudge match challenge. Why don't you hop in the game for a few hours?" So I think Doug appearing on the second to last session, which probably means he's in around the midway point. He'll appear. And has claimed at least that there's a very big pot or a very interesting pot that he's involved in. So.
An absolutely absurd hand. I will not spoil it past that, but it's
an
absurd hand. So definitely, I'll tease it that way. Definitely worth watching High Stakes Poker when Doug's on.
Well, guys, look, just because it's my duty, I'm an interviewer, so I'm going to have to try and put some pressure on Jamie here. Can we have the villain? Can we have a villain's name?
You may not. I don't want to spoil it because then you'll know.
No villain.
No, because then you'll know when it's happening, and then you'll be like, "Well, how could this possibly be absurd?" And I don't want to spoil it anymore.
Is the pot $500,000 or more?
I really can't say anything else. I will spoil it if I answer that. So I'm just saying, watch it. It's worth it.
Is it a 4-bet pot?
I'm not saying you're the worst. You're the person who's like, I couldn't start telling you like some tiny secret because you'll end up knowing.
What are the initials of the villain? What seat is Doug in? Is Doug on the button?
Oh, man. So Doug on the right here, losing an 18K pot.
I tried, guys. I tried.
Yeah. Single raise pot. Doug check called on 10-6-3 with the 10 deuce. Turn ace. Daniel went 1/1.5 times pot. And Doug called. And then it went check river. And Daniel takes it down for 18K with his ace queen. Wow, I'm surprised actually. That turn call is pretty interesting. Out of position, I guess he figures that Daniel would be one and done with a bluff, and he's got second pair. So
We're all in here on the right.
Whew.
And Daniel takes it down.
Just huge flips today. It's a shame because there's been so many interesting hands in between, but really like just massive flips both ways is going to account for most of the variance today.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So Daniel, who is obviously watching his all-in EV ticker like it is the only thing that matters in the world, will at least have reclaimed some all-in EV there.
Your needles are great. They're just, you can't help yourself.
I have no idea what you mean.
But yeah, I feel like other sessions, a lot of the swings were caused by just like massive bluffs by Doug, or you know, a sort of punty hand by D-Nags. But this time it really was like 3 flips that were accounting for multiple 6-figure pots.
Yeah, exactly. We saw the threes, we saw the ace queen, ace king, but the rest of them have been flips.
Ferd says no mods on Twitch today ? And Jimmy Snap timed him out for 600 seconds.
What did he say?
He said no mods on Twitch today, and then Jimmy's a troll, so he timed out. I love that. It's amazing. You got what you asked for. You wanted mods on Twitch. Crouton's ready to moderate if you need it. You can hear that, right? When he just loses his mind and runs away.
Just a little growl, yeah.
Okay.
I was just wondering if he was making a wine pairing suggestion, maybe, you know, bring something maybe a bit more full bodied for the second glass, or.
He's great. Thank you, Tycoon. He says we're a legendary combo. I completely disagree, but I appreciate that anyway.
I do feel like more than ever before I've been carrying my co-host on this one, but yeah, I guess.
8 on ace. Ava, anyone know whatever happened to MJ Gonzalez Limitless match? I didn't know that he was going to play Limitless. That would be surprising to me. I
didn't know that either.
He has 3 matches in the works from Twitter. A few players he's going to play, but I think he's playing live poker, so I don't think there's going to be any streaming.
Jamie, what's your worst bad beat story?
Probably having to commentate this with you. I can't really remember anything else that was too bad. Yeah. How about you?
About 8 or 9 years ago, so I probably have to give a little bit of prelude to this one. So in Ireland, we pay a license fee for the national broadcaster TV. So you get like 2 channels, and you pay every year, like I think it was like $150, but you had to own a television to pay it. So what would happen would be you get sent the letter saying you owe the license fee, and I would just ignore it. I ignored it for years. I was like a poor student in college for some of those years. Sorry, I've got a mosquito in the house. As a poor student, I would just ignore it. They would just keep sending it, going, you owe it again, but I would never pay it. And then about the 10th year, the doorbell rang, and I was expecting one of those, you know, who knocked out a pro full tilt t-shirts. I was expecting the delivery. I think I knocked out 3 pros that week. I was like, oh, I'm getting my t-shirts, and maybe I'd ordered a hoodie or something because I was getting all excited about my full tilt swag. And I said hello, and they said, oh, there's a delivery for you. And I opened the door, buzzed them in, all excited to sign for my full tilt swag, and it was the inspector who came around to charge people these things. I got hit for the like 10 years worth of TV license.
How much did it come out to?
It's like $1,000, but it's such a bad beat. Like,
wow.
Felt
do you remember LimeWire? Obviously, in Napster, everyone remembered.
Oh, but I used LimeWire all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, same. I think that was like when I was in college. That's how I would download some music. But we learned about it in law school that the punishment was always like completely absurd because they caught so few people like basically stealing music that when they did catch them, they'd charge them something like $1,000 a song,
Oh
and it was
wow.
like extremely punitive because it was like hard to catch people. I always felt like that didn't sit very well with me because I'm like, well, there's millions of people doing this thing, but if you're the unlucky one who gets caught, you're just like bankrupt. It's pretty crazy.
Hmm. In fairness, I should have paid my TV license. Um,
Yeah, and
but
I
it
shouldn't
was
have
the
been like
kind of thing you could get
17
away,
or
particularly in an apartment building. I lived in an apartment. I thought I can scallywag this for years. I can just like never answer my door. I used to tell people who stayed over, flatmates I had, was like never answer the door, and then there I was like a fool answering the door this day because I thought I was getting my fucking t-shirt with a donkey on it.
Mm-hmm.
I was
Solo
just like,
Asylum, LimeWire, good old early 2000 viruses. Yes, it's how to ruin your computer because you don't want to pay like $2 for a song.
yeah.
The groupie was asking who is MJ Gonzalez, and she felt like she was out of the loop. I think he's a pretty like quiet dude. He doesn't really like. I didn't know him much until a year or so ago, and I follow him on Twitter. I think he's one of Negreanu's coaches, but I don't think Negreanu ever like confirmed who is in his like coaching stable, I guess. But yeah, he's challenging people. I think he's building the hybrid app with someone else, and yeah, I don't know. I guess challenging people because if he beats like Ike, Victor, and Dan Smith, it'll probably be good publicity for this app they're making. I'm assuming that's the purpose. And maybe they're playing high stakes. It's worth the money. I really don't know.
This TV license story has actually resonated with some people.
Jaja Dink suggested myself and Liv Bore for commentary. That'd be cool. I think she is a really fun person. It would be a good conversation. I think she's a little bit getting away from poker to do some other stuff. So I don't know if she would be willing.
Feel a little bit insulted that they said they decided that this was the moment to make that point. But you know,
That's
fine.
every stream
Whatever.
though. It's every stream. Someone will be like, "This is fine, but I'd prefer other people." And I'm like, "All right, well, your messages are fine, but I'd prefer other Twitch chatters."
Yeah, you're almost the most famous person I've ever commentated with, Jamie.
What? Have you've not done much commentary? I
Done
would
loads of commentary. What is it not obvious? I commentated with Mike Sexton once. That was fun.
That's awesome.
That was cool.
He was I'm gonna not cry on this stream, but he was incredibly kind to me. The month or so before he passed away, I didn't even know he was sick. I ended up taking his role for 2 jobs that he was slated to do for WPT. And I was like, oh, I wonder why this is happening. Maybe he's traveling or something. I had no idea he was in such rough shape. And he went out of his way to message the people who hired me to just be like, I'm so happy you hired her for my spot right now. Like, I'm a big fan. She's a really nice person. Like super over the top. Had no idea I would ever see the message. And they sent it to me, and I was just like tearing up after I found out he was so sick. But he's so sick, and he's still caring that much about other people. Like, I would not care about poker. I would be with my family. I would just be like, okay, like, taking care of business. But just what a nice human being. And like, I don't know. There was no person in poker who didn't have something nice to say about him. And that's extremely hard in this industry when like there's so many people who are jealous of other people or like I don't know. There's like a lot of reasons why people in poker dislike each other, but there was no one who didn't like him. So
yeah, he was a special one. You're right.
Sad Banda. And his book was amazing. Ripley, 100%. On audio, it's even better because you get it in his voice if you miss him. Life's a Gamble. Definitely worth the read or worth the listen.
So very much back to playing 100 Big Blind Poker. Obviously, Dean Eggs with the short stack on the left. Doug on the right. It'd be sort of fun if we could combine those two stacks together now and play some really serious pots. But it is the way it goes, especially when they only play for like 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Not that that's a short session, they're putting in their time, but it's very hard to get the stacks balanced together at like 130 each or whatever. It has to be a very specific sort of set of circumstances for that.
Tree Poker again with the gift sub. That's the 39th one, and that is very nice.
Fair play, Tree Sub. That's very nice. I have a mosquito in the room, Jamie.
Oh no.
Really annoying. And I think I've been living in Malta for 5 years, and that means you encounter a mosquito at least like twice a day, and then like more in the summer. And I've killed about 3 ever. And my girlfriend is just like a machine. She fucking murders them every fucking 2 minutes. And I'm shit. I just can't. I never get them. They buzz around your ear when you're sleeping. It just drives me mad.
Yeah,
I know he's here now, and I know it's got me on edge, Jamie. It's got me on edge now. I know he's here.
Giddy up. I want to give sub also, but my mom put her credit card on the top shelf. What a selfish
Surely you've got like a little stool you can stand on.
Yeah, I want to be on actually there's some big pots again. So on the left we're in a 12K pot. Becoming larger.
Yeah, very much favoring the razor here on the left. We had a little raise there on the right, but it just didn't go to showdown. Dean Eggs does make the call here, so there will be some King X's there that are just having to defend away. Obviously, flush draws possible. Could he ever have a 2? 5? Being nice and sticky. Yeah, King made the most sense.
Cooler situation there with Doug flopping a pair and a flush draw and not getting there. Speaking of mosquitoes, I always thought I would want to be on Survivor. I love the strategy part of the game. I love that show. But then I'm the person who gets bitten 10 times when everyone's like, there are bugs out. I'm like, it might be like the worst experience in the world for someone like that. I would think. You probably couldn't even sleep, right? You're just getting eaten by bugs all the time.
Oh, it'd be horrendous. And they're the shows, they're like, they make you eat bugs and stuff, don't they? Is that kind of show?
Yeah, I don't care about that. I think
really?
It would just be the not being able to sleep.
No,
I don't even, not even
shit, man.
Just like, God, I can't imagine.
You'd be like, you'd eat like fucking cockroaches and stuff.
You'd probably be happy too if you're starving after like 30 days.
Genuinely, Mike, I'm going to make a very worrying confession here. I would far rather, in my head, eat a human liver or a human being than start having to eat bugs. I would genuinely, if you just fried up a nice liver and told me that's John's liver, I'd be like, all right. Or you can eat this like handful of cockroaches. Not even close for me. Not even close.
Yeah, that's a little worrisome. I don't think I'll go hiking with you in case we get lost. So, you know what? I could use a snack.
Let's go adventuring together, Jamie.
Yeah. That show's awesome, though. It's like one of the only shows I watch at all.
So we do have another sit out here, Jamie. Could this be it? Could this be
the moment? Maybe. It's about 3
How long are we going? The time is flying.
Yeah, it's about 3 hours, but I don't see the ... in the chat. Usually means they're going a little longer.
Yeah, we're probably getting one more little session in. Always do feel like when you don't get the dots, but you get a break, you're probably getting another hour.
Hour, probably, yeah. If you don't mind, I'll take a quick break. You can
I
talk
do
to me.
mind. Stay exactly where you are, Jamie, and come back. Okay, guys, it's just you and me. Cockroach fucks is Early Shaban's cat, yeah. With a nice Chianti and some fava beans maybe as well. Just throw them in. Those curtains are... Actually, it's funny. I've now brought up a sort of a cannibal story. The same time as somebody sort of referred to me as a Buffalo Bill style character who maybe had made these curtains out of human beings' flesh. Yeah, that's the theme of this one. Cannibalism. I hope if I was a cannibal, I would be a bit like Hannibal as well, where I was charming, and I liked nice wines, and I had a sense of humor, and I was a good reader of people. Be one of the better kind of cannibals. Best Irish poker player. Well, that's an easy one. Over the last decade, maybe even more than a decade, I don't think it's even close. If you kind of take the whole thing, I think it's Dara O'Kearney. Dara, online and live, has just posted sick results. You could probably make a very good argument for other people on individual years, but I don't think there's ever going to be a time where Dara's not in the top 3. So I think over the span, and that's kind of what you've got to do in poker, I think you've got to give it to Dara. Obviously, there's been some individually great results over the years for different Irish players, and someone like Mark McDonald would have definitely dibs on that. He's had an amazing live record in the last few years. Macker is a phenomenal player. There was definitely a couple of years where Kevin Killeen had a wonderful purple patch. Sure, this year, Pádraig O'Neill won 2 Unibet Opens back to back. That's pretty fucking sick, to be honest. 2 1Ks online. So he might have dibs on this year. But yeah, like if you're going to take it kind of with a more broad lens, and again, I'm probably biased for tournament poker because I'm not really in the cash game world so much, and I think there would be people who might have difference of opinions. But just because Dara is sort of there or thereabouts every year, I think he has to be the number one. Dan Wilson, sorry, would be another decent claim to it. If you were putting someone in the conversation, Dan probably spent a few years as a part-time player, not really full-time while he was doing a PhD in rocket science or something very clever, but was still posting great results for a part-timer, and then he went full-time and crushed for several years, still one of the best guys, probably one of the guys who plays the highest stakes of any Irish players online, so he's definitely got dibs to be in the conversation too. Loads of great players though. Dara Davey won the UK IPT Player of the Year 2 seasons in a row. That was a phenomenal performance. Back to the action. Jamie's here.
Yeah, I leave for 2 minutes and saw Irish poker, and I'm like, who cares about that?
It was my only chance. I'm not sure I even saw a question there. I just pretended I saw it. Why am I drinking water from a bottle? Was that you or me? I am drinking water from a bottle because it comes in bottles.
Hey, got
it's
it.
fizzy water. I don't know if this is a trap question. Steve O'Dwyer isn't really Irish, so yeah, I think if you were including Steve O'Dwyer in a conversation, you'd have to give it to him, but I don't think anyone really counts him as Irish. Toby Joyce, great shout in the last few years. Toby's been phenomenal. He obviously had a huge result, second to that was in the huge one in Vegas. What's that huge one you have around New Year's Day, Jamie?
Huge what?
Is it the Bay 101? Is that the one? The huge big
5 Diamond?
5 Diamond, yeah. He came second in the 5 Diamond to Chrissy Bicknell's fella.
Alex Foxen.
No, I know. I just thought I should refer to him.
Oh, I love that. That's great.
But yeah, I don't think we could count Steve O'Dwyer or like Max Silver lives in Ireland for 10 years and his wife's Irish and his kids are Irish, but like you'd probably not be including him either and being a bit strict here on like qualification. Don't forget about Finton. There's a few Fintons. Finton Gavin, Finton Hand. Well, Fintan Han definitely wins Twitch. He gets that one.
Wow, that was an inopportune time to be drinking water. C. Milder, which poker pro's liver would you most like to eat, Lappin?
You don't want anyone who drinks, so like
I'm safe from mafia. Thank God.
Okay. I suppose, yeah. I guess a teetotaler, who I don't know, maybe eats well. Or maybe you want maybe it goes maybe you want like
a
an
foie gras,
overeater. You
right?
want a fat you want a kind of a foie gras liver, something that's gone all swollen, because that's yummy. Okay, maybe sorry. Yeah, maybe you go the other way. Yeah. Maybe you want That's a great question, and I'm actually going to think far too much about that. By the next time they let me do a stream, if I'm ever allowed to do a stream again, I will have the answer to the question, which poker player's liver would you most like to eat?
Well, we can just start adding it to the F, marry, kill, and then eat. There'll just be 4 categories. We got Doug rivering a queen with his nut flush draw on the left for decent pot.
This is kind of the witching hour of the Twitch stream. This is the hour where everyone gets really fucking mean. I remember this from the last time around. I remember making a note to myself of like maybe bail on the stream around 2 a.m. I'm looking at the clock, it's 2:30 now.
Well, I would like for you to at least assess the personal responsibility that you have in the reactions you are receiving. You're talking about which poker player's liver you'd like to eat, and you're a little upset that chat is getting weird.
It's your fault for bringing up the celebrity in the jungle shite.
Oh my God, I can't read chat. I have to pay attention to poker. I'm gonna focus.
Some people are wondering if you're glow in the dark, Jamie, or is your light just particularly strong right now?
I have no idea. I turned it down. I can turn it down again. But yeah, I might be glow in the dark. I haven't been getting as much sun lately. But maybe that'll help.
It's terrible how we just like we're just puppets, aren't we? It's just like put your light down, like get new curtains. You just have to do everything that people want. Just dance, monkey, dance.
I'm just happy they're talking to us because I sometimes don't know what to say about a heads-up hand with no hole cards.
It's true. It's a tough gig. Anyway, 20 grand in the middle on the left. And 20 grand bet. D-Negs takes it down. So he's up to 64k now on the left. Little rally from D-Negs.
Yep.
I think he's probably chopped his losses in half for this session so far.
Mr. Peaches says maybe I should just turn all the lights off. Okay. That's kind of spooky. A flattering way to describe it now is translucent. Sorry guys, I don't have like the super sick like streamer setup with all the filters and the like and the background that's really fake. I don't have any of that. Just hanging out with you guys. My computer is on a shoebox. Ugh.
I'm a nice shade of Irish. What the fuck does that mean?
Pinkish.
I assume that means pink or red or something.
Oh, I can take my glasses off, but I can't really. I can do that. I'm just like really listening to Twitch chat very much and what they're telling me to do, and I don't think this is a good life plan.
Don't listen to them, Jamie. You have free will.
Well, I was saying that before. If my glasses reflecting are annoying, I think it's so annoying to watch people when you can like kind of see. I'm gonna try this
You're
out.
not doing with your eyes. What did you just do with your eyes? Do that again.
What? Rub them until they're.
You just did it like a.
What? What are you talking about?
Twitch grab that or whatever. What's the phrase? Twitch clip that. Show her. You should click the link. You did something really fun. Or watch the playback now with your eyes.
Oh, I don't know.
Watch. Here comes. Playback.
You're a weird man, Mr. Lappin.
I'm telling you something weird. It was like there it is. Oh my god! Did you see that? Did you see it?
Yeah, I just opened my eyes wide. You are so weird, Mr. Napkin. But anyway,
that looked like fucking Ringu or something. The movie.
You got Negreanu winning a $5,400 pot on the right with his like 87th trips of the day, I think. Yes, he's river trips a bunch today. We'll say that. Don't know what Doug's had in these pots though.
See, Jamie, it's a slippery slope here. Now they're asking you for all sorts of weird stuff.
I see that.
Luckily, you taking your glasses off was.
I was like, luckily, I can only barely read it from here, so I'm not really sure. Yeah.
Is there a person you would say, yes, I would really like to meet him or her to talk poker? Jamie, you probably know everyone, so you probably just have that in your black book. You could just call them up anyway.
That's a good question, though. That's what I'm trying to think if there's anyone that I'd be like nervous to ask to like talk about poker. I don't know. Think about it. Phil Ivey still. I feel like that's everybody's like person where he's kind of larger than life still, and I've never met him in real life. Everyone says he's nice though, so he's probably not too scary, but I still just would feel like he's a favorite to just not, if you're like, hey man, can I talk to you real quick? He's a favorite to just like stare at you and walk away. What about you?
I wrote a script years ago that sort of started off being a bit of Stu Unger character as the lead. Now changed a lot, so it probably didn't really look like him anymore by the end, although it probably had a few little data points from his life still sort of sequined through the script. But yeah, he was definitely the first most interesting poker player I ever came across. Awesome. And I just thought, I'd love to, that'd be, well, obviously not possible now, but that would definitely be the one.
His daughter actually started an Instagram. Oh no, the dog's at the oh no. Wait, don't do it.
So while Jamie takes her sex toys off her dog, we'll have a look at the table on the right here. Doug with aces takes it down.
Oh, aces again. Yay. Stu Younger's daughter started an Instagram and was asking just for interactions with poker players to like stay connected to her dad's legacy, and I thought it was very sweet. I think her name's Stephanie Younger, maybe.
Stephanie, yeah. Yeah, I read that one of a kind book years ago, which was a really engrossing read. His life story is really interesting. Mike Sexton obviously appears in it a few times.
Mm-hmm. Oh, some of those stories were like very, very touching about Sexton. That he just like he made sure that like if Stewie was broke, that his kid would still get taken care of in certain ways, and like I don't know, just what a dude.
Yeah, Jen told that story actually on the chip race. I'm sure she's told it many times.
Really
It's a lovely story when she tells it.
Chat doesn't even know what I just saved them from. That squeaky toy would literally make your ears bleed. It is the worst thing that I ever got him, and it's his favorite toy, so I let him have it anyway. Terrible.
Any thoughts on the Hall of Fame? That's obviously topical right now.
To be honest, I really didn't take a long, hard look at the list. I just saw that Lon and Norm were nominated together, and I was happy to see that because I think with the huge backlog of people that need to get in and everyone being of age at some point to get in, there's just going to be like a big bottleneck. And I think the chances of Lon and Norm getting in together as a pair is so much greater, and I think they really deserve it, at least eventually. I didn't see what the rest of the list contained, so I'm sure if I say Lon and Norm, I'm snubbing someone else, so I don't really want to say that. What were your thoughts?
Well, if it goes long enough, they might have to go Lon, Norm, and Jamie. So you should hope they don't get in for a while, and maybe
Yeah,
you can coattail it in.
I'm sure. Yeah, that'll happen.
That would be way better. Um, I would pick probably Isai and Lon and Norm as kind of pretty close together.
Mhm.
They'd be the obvious ones. Hook is probably the other one that I think is like an overdue one, like you said, the bottleneck.
Mhm.
I think those three are the ones, and it's a shame. It's only one getting through. It's like almost
They
impossible
need to
to.
change that. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
'Cause it's similar to bracelets now, where like if you played poker 30 years ago, you could win a bracelet. You're in a field
Mhm.
with 20 people, 30 people. And now the fields are a couple thousand people in a lot of the events. Hall of Fame, same thing. It's like if there are only 20 really well-known poker players, you could get in, being less impressive than now when like so many amazing people are coming of age or are aging into it's 40, right? You have to be, I think, to get in.
Mhm.
So just to keep with like the same standards, I guess they should just start allowing more people in. Like you're not gonna if they let 3 or 4 or 5 or something like that per year, I don't think that's going to lower the standards right now. I think it would still be raising the standards, just based on how many people are qualified and deserve it.
Yeah, I totally agree. Actually, to be fair, Daniel has a great perspective on this one. He thinks it should be two people a year, and then every third year they do a builder category where there's a kind of
Yes.
a specific builders person gets in, and
Mhm.
that's pretty. Yeah, 7 in 3 years sounds like you'd probably eat into the backlog, or at least not make it get worse, and that sounds about right to me.
I 100% agree. I think it's really weird to be comparing people that are in completely different lines of work too.
Mm,
It's like, okay, are we going to do Huck Seed versus Matt Savage? Like, how do you even compare like the merits of what they both contributed?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Um, Izai has kind of polarized opinion, I think, just because obviously he was part of a huge lawsuit. But then I think, and actually, this is where Norm came in quite hard against Izai on
Mhm.
Twitter just a day or two ago. Um, I think I would probably be, well, I just sort of view the UIGA as probably legally defensible. Like I think part of the strategy Full Tilt Stars had back then was that they had a constitutional ground, they had a jurisdictional ground. They
Mhm.
felt like they could lawyer up and maybe defend against it. Obviously, in the end, they kind of got walloped, and Full Tilt had been a bit naughty with player funds, so that definitely made it look really bad. But like
Yeah.
Isai cleaned up that mess. And yes, okay, he made himself a billionaire off the back of it. But he also, made huge contributions to the game, made huge contributions outside of the game with money he got from the
Mhm.
game. Um, I think,
Was
yeah,
he
there's
was
reason
he
to
instrumental in paying back the full tilt balances through stars?
the entire Full Tilt balances got
Because
paid back
because
by
that is
him.
like incredibly impactful in my own poker career. I had 15K locked up, and that was a lot of money to me at the time, and I was like not grinding huge. And I feel like I thought that money was gone, and then getting it back, I was like, okay, I have a way better chance of making it in poker now. Um,
Yeah,
so personally, I've been very affected by him. And also, there's so much shadiness around Black Friday because it wasn't just like, okay, we're definitely doing something illegal and we know it. It was like the Wire Act got reinterpreted.
yeah.
That's so crappy. Like I don't want to hold that against an individual who had a booming business that was good for a bunch of people. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not against him getting in for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, this is one subject I think myself and my co-host would have a little argument over. I think Dara would, well, certainly he said that he would prefer to see Lon and Norm get in before Isai, but definitely put a bit of a question mark over Isai. I'd be keen
Mhm.
to um, have it out with them. Maybe we'll do a segment on that in the new year where we can burrow down into his
Mhm.
points of view, because Dara will always have a well thought through point on that, and I'm open minded to it. I don't obviously when payment processors start doing weird stuff on your behalf and you're
Yeah.
sort of like allowing them to be your middleman, you are in shaky territory. So I'm not trying to downgrade the problem of that. We have a big raise here on the left. I should stop for a second. That's what Mike would do. He would say stop and watch the action here. It's for you, Mike.
And by the way, did you know about the New Year's sale on Upswing Just kidding. And Doug just
Oh, here we go.
shoveling it
Look at
in
this.
here.
Raise and a re-raise. So very much representing the nuts here.
Yep.
So this is probably like, wow. So like, okay, well, for that amount,
That's a lot. That was, yeah.
like the obvious bluffs are the 3 pairs there, isn't it? If you've
Yeah.
got 3 pairs, you've got a bluffing spot there. Like if you got is it like, would it be a queen 6, was it?
Yeah.
If you got
Yep.
the queen 6, you might have the perfect hand to wallop out that play.
Huge though, 6K, and then Doug jams for an additional 47,000. And the 6K
Yeah.
was an overbet itself.
So,
Wow.
like you'd even feel like maybe some of the weaker boats would just raise normal and maybe even give
Oh
themselves.
wow. Okay, so I missed that. So the river action was actually a Doug
Bet, then a
1300.
raise.
Yeah, I mean he has done this. It's been very, very effective for him. There's multiple times where he's put out this like tiny. Just I'm wondering. I don't know if I've seen him tiny value bet. So I don't know if it's always inducing or if like he's gotten some bluffs through with this tiny like inducey looking bet. But pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a really fun, and obviously as well, 10 Jack of spades is straight flush there. So there's other devilish possibilities.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's definitely one for the list anyway for later. But yeah, look, it'll be interesting to see who gets through. Obviously, it tends to be these days like voting blocks. I know Doyle's got a big one. Daniel's probably got a decent amount of sway for a chunk of votes too. So maybe it just ends up being this like little, what, old school and very old school and the school that burnt down before the old school was built.
Yeah, I mean, it would be ridiculous if Daniel and Doyle's not in yet. Is that what you're saying? Or you're saying Doyle's
No,
in?
that Doyle has a kind of a handle on a voting block of
Oh,
the
okay,
old
okay.
schoolers who
Yeah.
would have, maybe a 20% of the votes on the whole
Okay.
thing or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting when Galfon, Jason Kuhn, that group of people who should slam dunk get spots in the Hall of Fame come up. I just think they're going to need to let more people in or it's not going to be fair.
Yeah.
And also, who cares? It's not like you're not going to just have a bunch of people being added that don't deserve it. You're just adding more people who do deserve it. And I don't know why that would be a problem. Doug, Doug just flops the boat here for a 45K pot. How does that feel?
It's a sweet feeling, all right.
Yep. So that was a 3-bet pot that Daniel 3-bet. It goes check on the flop. Check. Doug bets turn, gets called, and then puts in a decent sized value bet. It looks like about 60% and gets called on the river.
So just single raise pot here on the right. We've got ace 9. Likely to see a very small c bet here.
I'm gonna agree with this. I don't know how to pronounce your name. It looks like Decure or something like that. Doug's ability to get value is greater than D-Dang's ability. Yeah, Doug's sizings just all tend to be bigger. It's been working out really well for him. But obviously, there's going to be drawbacks to each person's game too. Like Daniel's found some pretty sweet traps on the river that Doug stepped into also. But yeah, I think on average though, Doug is getting more value out of his good hands.
So we went small bet on the flop on the ace 9 on the right, check turn on the 2, and now Daniel leads out. He does have an ace, and we'll take down 7.5k pot on the left. 10-5-3, 2 hearts. This one's a 3-bet pot. Daniel continues the story here with the 65%er. Flush gets there. King as well as an action card. And a 4 flush now on the left.
I feel bad. Whoever the glare of my glasses is bothering, I'm very sorry, but I can't. It's like hurting my eyes, straining. And Doug finds a 12K bet into 19. And gets it heroed off by the king. Oh, king 5 for 2 pair on the 4 flush by Negreanu. Obi Twixel says if everyone learned to play GTO, it would literally be the end of profit in poker at that point. It's not really something to be worried about though, because I just think, from players who study solvers all the time, they even say that they don't even approach GTO, and that for like the average player, they're not even going to come remotely close. So yeah, like if everyone played GTO, yeah, it would be time to invent a new variant that's not solved yet, or go play something else, or go get jobs. But it doesn't seem like that's going to happen anytime soon.
This gives me a very natural segue to my co-host book. Of course, one of the formats that has become very popular, I think it's a 4 or 5 year old format, but it really became super popular in the last 2 to 3 years, is progressive knockouts, which throw an additional complication. Obviously, tournaments have their own ICM complication, which is great, makes situations much more unclear. And then if you throw in the bounty factor, which is sort of every hand is quite unique in that situation. You can have large bounties and small bounties affecting things differently. You can have the bounty factor pushing up against the ICM. You can have the point in the tournament where the ICM overtakes the bounty factor, maybe 7 left in the tournament or whatever it happens to be, depending on the structure. So those added complications to the game will certainly mean that we're in a much more protected environment. If you are worried about bots and people using these kind of in-game solvers, that the real-time assistants that get a lot of press when you hear a scandal relating to them are probably not as ever present as people suspect, although probably maybe more present than some people suspect who are very innocent minded too. So what I would say then is pick up a copy of PKO Poker Strategy by Daryl Kearney, Barry Carter, learn that format, and you will be on the cusp of the newest variant in poker that is taking over the tournament streets.
You're a good friend and co-host of Dara. There have been some suggestions for kind of throwing a wrench in the plans of like the RTA, the real-time assistance. If there was like varying antes, it would mess with it enough that it wouldn't be as helpful. I forget who suggested that, but I was like, that's pretty cool. If there's just certain things that, besides inventing completely new variants of poker that aren't solved and that can't use RTA, something can be done at least if it really became such a problem that this game wasn't playable anymore.
Yeah, one of the things we do at Unibet Poker is we make the tables anonymous. So there's no seeding script, there's no software, you can't use a HUD even. So we don't allow any third-party stuff. And when you seat, you're randomly sat and you don't know the name of your villain. So that's a huge protector. Now, I know people feel like HUDs and these soft assistants are part and parcel of the game when you play online, and they're part of the fun of breaking down people's ranges and all of that. And I understand those arguments, but this is one maybe quite sledgehammer approach to getting past any fear of cheating, and that's what we Unibet have decided to do, and it makes for some pretty good games, to be honest. That's 2 things I've shilled now in like 2 minutes. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Potential for really, really big pot now on the right and on the left. This is really exciting now, guys. We could be looking at approaching 200k pots in both. So buckle up. We could have a very fun hour in front of us.
Yeah, and that's fun for Daniel too, because you can just recover like 1/8 of your losses all in one hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like what kind of puts in perspective. Like Doug is up quite a few buy-ins, but as the stacks get deeper, you know, a huge swing could really happen with just a cooler hand.
Mm-hmm. Little bit of guerrilla maths. What I can tell you now is if Daniel somehow gets stacked on both tables, we are crossing the 1,000,000 mark. So that's a shorthand for what may happen. We can look out for that. But obviously, Doug's still on the right, 30k in the red. So we have to have a few car crashes before that might happen.
Mm-hmm. Chad just always has wild suggestions. JRCKR. Put the tables where you guys are, and you guys where the tables are, please. Yeah, we'll just have it be like a podcast. We're talking to each other on a large screen and just tiny tables in the background. I think it's kind of what we've been doing.
Well, I understand because like this is clearly the money. This is what it's about.
Yeah. Yeah, no one's here to listen to our impromptu podcast about the Hall of Fame and stuff. We're here to watch Doug Polk back up the fucking truck. Beep, 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 beep. Doug winning a 12K pot with just ace high. Daniel sitting out. I don't know if this is a
This is it, I think.
Sit
I think
out.
we're GG now.
There's no dots.
There's no dots. Okay. Well, this was in quite quick succession because I want to say the last break was 25-30 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, looks like we're fighting on. Every reason to, like Daniel obviously, got up a buy-in early, then it went completely the other way. Doug probably got to about 190k ahead, and now Daniel has clawed that back to 110, 115, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
So, probably whatever little micro momentum swings exist there, Daniel might be feeling good about the last hour and a half. But, what you said there, Jamie, which I think is really important, which is that if Daniel is to make serious inroads, if he is to give himself even a shot at this 25k target, then ramping up variance by having a big stack right now is actually a great chance. If he could stack Doug twice here on both tables and like rip out 250k of his losses right now.
Yeah, it depends like what his it depends what his goal is. Let's say that Daniel was like a 200 millionaire, right? He's $200 million, and all he wants to do is try to take a swipe at Doug because it would be like very personally satisfying to beat Doug in this challenge. He should play like 20-hour sessions and just hope the stacks get incredibly deep and that they have some crazy flip and he wins like 400k at once. Are you going to be here on the 20th hour, Lappin, or am I by myself?
I'll go to bed and get up and join you for a breakfast stream.
Sounds good.
Have you ever done a crazy long, like what's the longest stream you did? Obviously commentating, you might have done like a 10-hour day, 12-hour day.
I had one, and really it was only because Somerville's so awesome that I didn't just go, okay, I'm done, I'm going home. We started one, it was a Sydney, Australia stream, and it wasn't quite the final table. It was like maybe 18 players left or something like that. It lasted maybe 12 or 13 hours. He said it was the longest stream he ever did as well. And we didn't get finished until 10:30 in the morning. And I was taking these micro naps by accident. Like it would be like turn card comes and I'm like taking a little nap. And then he'd be like, what did you do on this river? And I'm like, bet? I have no idea. That was insane though. I don't know how the people do the 24-hour streams on Twitch. I think it's absolutely insane. I felt terrible.
That's crazy. Yeah, obviously Arlie is the master of these endurance Twitch efforts. He's done his fair share of those. I definitely I did normal length when I Twitched for a year. I did normal length streams. I probably had a few 7-8 hour ones. I've commentated for the Unibet Opens. Probably I've done the night shift there that's gone late a few times, but that's never going to be more than like 4 or 5 hours, and we get breaks, so it's yeah.
Oh, that was the thing with the when Run It Up did it. They were doing dynamic delay, the thing that they came up with, where they would start out on a very big delay and it would get smaller and smaller.
So yeah,
just fast forward through the breaks. And so the commentators didn't get breaks. And I was on like hour 12 and I just felt like, what am I doing with my life? But also like Jay Carves is the nicest, most interesting, fun guy that I was like, this is okay. I don't think anyone else could have got me to stay till the end. But he's just such like a positive, nice person to hang out with. Oh, people in chat are like, Jay Carver. Yeah. I mean, he's literally the best. He should have been given a more prominent role in poker by a company that was paying attention. It's crazy that he didn't have money thrown at him because he just was like so amazing for the game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, well said. Question here, what is Doug getting Daniel and what is Daniel getting Doug for Christmas?
Well, I think Daniel's getting Doug about $1 million.
Yeah.
And then Doug is
$1 million and a park. No, yeah. You definitely give us an hour to brainstorm that. We'll get Thomas Keeling involved. We'll have a music video out by tomorrow.
Yeah. That's great.
Back up the truck. Yeah, no, we can do this. We definitely there's enough material.
And a car in a handicap spot.
That's why you're the best.
Not even a
that's
thing.
Why you're the best. Jamie.
I think that thing that he gets picked on for, I don't think Negreanu even parked somewhere he wasn't supposed to. I think that was like probably he was at an event where there was no cars in the parking lot and he gets shit for that. At least I made you laugh.
I think I'm done now. That's it. We can't top that, Jamie. We should just cut the stream now. That's amazing. I think I need a minute.
Oh my god, chat has some more bet sizings. That's great.
I'm crying.
Someone check on Laughing. I don't know if he's okay.
I don't think I'm going to get through this. It's too much. I knew this was going to happen. I keep replaying it again and again. I keep laughing again.
Oh my god, cryptologic. 4 teeth are chomping. Yeah, this is actually a really great idea.
Too good.
I'm dead. Fife 1919. I'm crying too, but that's just from looking at David's drapes. Oh man.
And the girls all had makeup. No, better not go there. That was his very weak defense.
Oh, I didn't even know. I don't need to know more stuff that's gonna make me mad.
Everyone said it was funny. No.
Oh, I know what you're talking about now. I'm staying away from that. Chat is so good. Chat basically wrote the whole song.
Yeah, they all took a verse. It's great. Yep. I might have to just tap out here. I don't think I can continue to perform, guys.
I know you're trying to find any excuse to go play Mafia right now. I know it. It's fine. It's fine. You do what you want.
I don't. Well, look. What I love about that is we've brought Christmas into the stream.
Yeah. And Jax will take down a small pot on the left. Yeah, we should just have a Christmas stream as well, since like I don't think anybody in Vegas is going anywhere. Doug's probably just chilling at home. we could just hang out and chat, and we'll see. Like, we'll see if you guys are in chat. The true degens will be in chat on Christmas. That's a challenge. I think that's a day off, though. Bummer.
$15K here on the right. Daniel is going to 1.5 exit. Quick fold from Doug, probably drawing there.
Yep. It's always nice, like when I see the overbet from Daniel on the river, it's always nice not to have Doug in the tank in that spot. I'm like, don't do it, man.
No, don't, no. No, your pocket eights can't be good, Doug. No, yeah.
Aw. Groupie says, come hang out for Christmas. Us lonely grinders need you. I did just buy a bunch of stuff. I'm going to bake a ton of things tomorrow because I'm not doing really anything else for Christmas. And that makes me sad.
So on the last stream, Jamie, I started a rumor, which well, it was. I don't want to say there's no truth to the rumor, but there's a little, there's a kernel of truth somewhere in there. Is that my tweets are just your discarded draft tweets that you don't put out?
Oh, that's amazing. I mean, that's probably like that's not that crazy because I did disclose to you on your pod. Let's see what's happening here, though. Daniel's taking down 8K pot with a pair of jacks. I disclosed to you on your pod that I don't put stuff in my drafts because I'm just like, ooh, I think I can make this joke better or something. I just fire stuff away most of the time. I'm not trying to like edit a joke or something. Most of the time, my drafts are things that I'm like, this is too mean. I'm not in like a sassy enough mood to start a fight with someone. So I'm just going to take this like pretty good joke and put it away until I'm like, I can think about it another time. And I think I've probably saved some of my friendships in that way, and definitely some of my business relationships in that way. So I think you do tend to just go if you feel something, you go after the person. You're like, I'm saying this thing. So yeah, I feel like your tweets are not that far off from the drafts that I don't send.
Do you want to know the honest truth?
Yes.
I do the exact same thing. My draft folder is so much nastier.
Worst tweets. I want to read it.
Most of my tweets are like sat on for an hour.
Wow.
So I do the exact same thing. I just have a lower threshold of maybe the valuation I have on friendships I might ruin by tweeting.
Yeah, I think that you should give me the password, and I promise I'll never use it. And the guy of something, and then I will post every draft, and we will all memorialize you in that way. I feel like that's a pretty cool idea.
Who's your favorite Twitter follow in poker, apart from your own account?
My own account, I barely even tweet anymore. It's a good question.
I've noticed actually it's been very poor output in the last few days.
Yeah, I'm kind of over it. Let me think for a minute because I think.
Wait, hang on. Are we breaking a story here? Is Jamie Cristetta retiring from Twitter?
I just don't.
Are we making news here on the Upswing channel?
I don't like it as much. I overdid it with
that would be the biggest news story. I'm going to spread that anyway. I'm going to just tweet out that Jamie on the channel tonight said she's retiring from Twitter. She's going out at the top. She won Twitter Personality of the Year, and she just dropped the mic.
Yep. Yeah, I have to think about it though. I haven't been like spending too much time lurking Twitter either, so I can't think of like an account that I'm like, this is such an underrated account. Everyone should follow it. I'm not sure.
I think I Love Melissa's the next best.
Yeah, she's really funny.
I think that's I love Slayer. Slayer, like just There's like a humanity to Slayer's tweets that I just enjoy. Lots of good accounts out there, in fairness.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to pick one. I have to think about it. If there was one that I thought was so underrated, I had to mention it. I would say it. Nothing's coming to mind right now. Got a big pot brewing on the left. And a call.
Andy Wilson is an underrated Twitter account.
Who?
Andy Wilson, Bowie Effect.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's an underrated one.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
And D-Negs takes that down with a pair of nines, turned pair of nines. Now I have to look at Twitter because I need an answer. Let's give someone some praise.
You need a little fix. Look at her. I've got. See, I'm bringing it back. Is the methadone program of Twitter withdrawal? I've just kind of teased it now. She's going to see a tweet she likes. She's going to hit the like button. She might even hit retweet on something else, and then we got her back.
Mm-hmm.
She'll open the drafts folder. Something she previously thought was inappropriate will now be okay. Poker Twitter balance will be restored.
God, how do I should really have an answer for this. I get asked this on pods too, and I'm like, I don't know. And it sounds like I don't want to give him credit, but really I just don't want to take away credit from other people I'm forgetting.
I like Spewhab.
Oh, that's great. All right, I'm good with that. Spewhab's
so
really
Prabandawala? We're going with that?
I like him a lot. I like his takes, and I also like that when we have Doug taking down a nice pot with tens. I'm gonna look at this one again.
Funky one.
Spewhab is just so honest and does not back down from fights with people, and I just find it refreshing because I feel like there's a lot of times I want to fight people and I just delete the tweet and just go on with my life. Mm-hmm. He doesn't. He's also a really good poker player and just a funny guy.
He's awesome. Do you want to hear a true story?
Yeah. Have you been lying?
He is one of my oldest poker friends.
Really?
He predates almost everyone else.
Oh. Did you go to Foxwoods or something to meet him? Because he played there a lot.
Yeah, when he was 16, 17.
Wow, that's cool.
I didn't know. We were in a forum group together, and he was this really clever guy who had good strategy and used to contribute to the posts and seemed like a nice dude, and we all bought action and stuff, all that usual guff. And he I got to actually know him, and then realized he was actually 16 years old or 17 years old and was playing on his uncle's account, and then was so myself and my girlfriend at the time in America would drive him to Foxwoods. We would play the tournaments, and he would still get into the cash games because they didn't check ID. And he was just a prodigy, just an absolute prodigy. He won over $100,000 before his 18th birthday.
That's awesome. Still good today too.
Lovely family man, hilariously funny. Did a journalism degree, so wicked smart too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, great. Follow him. Spewhead. Go at him on there, guys.
Ponty Light asked Jamie, have you tried the JMO approach to Twitter? I have not. The difference between me and JMO is that JMO is rich enough that he can take any approach he wants and it doesn't matter. I am not. So try to get along with people most of the time. But I do appreciate the JMO approach. I also appreciate, he said, if Bitcoin hits a certain amount, that he will level the Rio into a parking lot. And I'm still waiting for that to happen. Yeah. Yeah, for anyone wondering, so David was just talking about, he's Spewhab, he's Soheb Prabandawala, which is the coolest name on earth. And I was talking about Jason Mo, J-Mo, also known as. How do you not, if you're Spewhab, how do you not just yell Prabandawala as you're 5-betting? It's a great name.
It is a good name. Mets fan 512, as I recall. That was his.
We have D-Negs overbetting slightly on the turn on the left, and a call from Doug. Flush draw comes in. will we ever get JMO in the commentary box for this match? Maybe. I mean, I would ask him. And wow, it's just trip sevens or just trip sevens and a chop pot with that run out. I feel like JMO might come in. I don't think he would ever do like a 4-hour stretch or something. But he might come in, make fun of Daniel for a little while, and leave. I feel like he's a favorite to do that at some point. He and Doug are very good friends for a really long time.
Jan Sakanic in chat says, this is the first time all 4 stacks are 6 figures, as far
Oh,
as you can remember. It's probably true.
Good observation. I think you're right about that.
It's really captured the imagination, this match. It's great. Like, obviously, there are rival channels putting it out. Combined viewership, I imagine, is like, if you include the replays, probably getting into the like 150, 200,000 people each stream. I know not everyone's tuning in for entire streams, but that's huge numbers. It's probably a bigger number, in fact, when you tally up everybody. It's amazing how this match has really captured the imagination of the poker community. Because heads-up poker without hole cards could be a fairly dry affair. So,
yeah, and a couple of my friends who play a little bit of heads-up on WSOP and on some of the other sites said that there's been a little bit more heads-up action, and they think it's because of matches like this. Like, people watch it and say, okay, I want to try that. And they start moving up when they do well, and then there's like trickle up to the higher stakes from matches like this, which is pretty cool, because I would think heads-up is not getting, you don't really get a lot of new players wanting to play heads up. Most new players hop into tournaments or like very low stakes full ring games or 6-max games. So good for the poker community.
What keeps you guys coming back in chat? Let us know. Obviously, it's a bit of side entertainment maybe while you're grinding. It could be, treating it like a sports event. You might put it on the TV every night it's on. But what about this format? What about the backstory? What appeals to you? Let us know. Meanwhile, we're both being asked our height, Jamie.
That's random. I am 5'5".
I am 6 foot.
Is that real 6 foot, or is that like how guys say they're 6 feet?
I knew you were going to do this, and I knew I was going to have to backtrack slightly. I am half a centimeter shorter than 6 foot. Okay, I'm 5'11" and
I wanted to get the real truth.
4/5. Huh?
I needed the real truth.
When I have spikier hair, I definitely clear 6 feet. Now I'm probably 6 foot.
Norb Threes is 5'11" confirmed. That's what I'm hearing too. Upswing Poker says, I'm here for the pocket tens. I agree. I think a lot of people are here to see some cards. They miss poker.
Yeah.
Groupie says the gossip is fun. Spacey 50 the gossip. That's great. Big pots. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, people have bets. A lot of people have bets, so that's one reason to tune in. People are taking daily bets at it. They're having their long-term bets. They're looking at their margin of victory bets. So yeah, I suppose that keeps people interested. That's a good point.
JKJ plays says it's side entertainment while I'm grinding practice in a different competitive game. What game are you playing right now? Like, I need to add more games to my life. Lappin knows I play way too many games with my friends right now, and I'm kind of ignoring real life. But, if I hear of a new cool game, maybe I'll play that too.
I don't think you play too much. Well, actually, I don't know, because maybe
you don't know.
I only play one game with you, so
yeah. I play Codenames a lot too. I love that game. I play
Words. I don't know what that is.
Mafia.
Group's here to see David talk to a woman for the first time. Thank you, Group. Yes, nice. Well played, well played. I walked into that one. Who's taller, Lappin or Doak? Asks Doak. Oh yeah, there's a question. Okay, this is. I don't know if Tara and I have strictly like shoulder to shoulder measured up here, but I'm interested to know what people think, because most people think something that's wrong.
Super Smash Brothers Melee. Yeah, I didn't play that. I do like some video games, but not as much lately. It's awesome. I love that get back in the lab has just become a thing people say about anything. He's like, I'm in the Smash Brothers lab. That's awesome. Huge pot here on the right, 43K in the middle already. I'll replay it once this is over.
Yeah, this could be the biggest pot ever in this challenge, guys. So let's keep an eye on this one.
Yeah, Jimmy, if you could replay this one for everyone after, that would be pretty cool. Since we're talking about Nintendo.
Assuming it doesn't fold now.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, here we go, guys. Are we in for a really big one here? 70 in the middle, 78 back. Or 72 back, in fact, in Doug's stack. We just have a 1-to-1 really here. Oh, wow, guys. Dean Eggs runs the timer. Oh, here we go, guys.
Wow.
Oh, snap fold from Doug. Okay, probably a big flush card in his hand somehow.
Yeah, it looks to be that way, but wow, huge pot going in Daniel's direction with no showdown. That was a 4-bet pot pre. It was a check bet 10K from Daniel call Doug, and then Doug check called 12K on the turn. On the turn is the 9 of spades, and folded to Daniel's river jam. But damn, I wish we had hole cards.
Yes, indeed. Well, it must be said now, a fair comeback from Daniel. I know we're not going to get too bogged down, like I said earlier, in session by session swings, but this one went all the way out to almost 200K, and now Daniel has carved it back with roughly 3 buy-ins back to the good. It's just about 75, 80K, I think, now.
I think it's actually going to be less than that. I'm not positive, but I feel like it's less than that. I don't know if our hand tracker man fell asleep or if maybe he was up more before than we thought. But yeah, I feel like he lost 20 something K that hand, so it should be 60 or 50.
And guys, 121K, 145K on the left table. Like, this is super interesting.
Okay, 45K. All right, so Doug's still up a buy-in, but quite the comeback from Daniel, as David said. I hear you, Jimmy. What's up?
One 170 maybe?
I think Jimmy meant 170, or else Doug is down. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we're just estimating right now, but it should be about 40, 45K, something like that. That Doug is winning.
So, guys, definitely the most amount of money we have seen on the table in this challenge across 20 plus sessions now. We've got almost $500,000 out there. And if ever there was a time for a session to keep going another hour, well, this would be it from a spectator's point of view. We could be in for some huge pots.
Yeah, definitely good for the viewers. I'm wondering how tired they are. Approaching 4 hours now, and just the swings. I mean, for me anyway, some cash sessions I've played live, I've gotten just, when you're on the roller coaster, it just feels like the session is like so much longer and more exhausting. I don't know. I think
as good as Daniel's tank is, no doubt, he always must be in the back of his mind recognizing the fact that Doug's a younger man, a fitter man, and that it's probably very unlikely that he can really be improving his chances by going longer. That's why he's always the one to quit first.
Yeah, I was thinking you were going to go even further and be like a better looking man, a kinder man,
a more hirsute man.
Yeah. Looks better in tank tops. You could have really gone. I would have let you go for 5 minutes at least. I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that in the chat, but I do appreciate that.
Yeah, we've got real potential for fireworks now. Lots of quick razor take-its here on the right. I think we've seen 4 or 5 hands just full pre, which is unusual. Meanwhile, on the left, we've got a small pot brewing. Rapid fire raise and folding going on here on the right.
Butterfingers asked, didn't I say the opposite earlier? Daniel should go for big, long, swingy sessions and hope to flip his way to 400K. I was saying if that was his goal, if his goal was to just up the variance as much as possible and try to make a dent in this 700K that Doug's up. But also it's risky. Like if you are more tired and not used to playing longer sessions, you're giving Doug a way better chance of scooping those pots. So I don't know. There's a lot to think about, and it depends what each of their mental states are and if they're feeling fresh and ready to play more.
Here's a question you might be able to answer, Jamie. At what stage in each of these guys' day does this match normally happen? I know it's like 2:30 in the afternoon. Are they morning people? Are they more likely to do their study at night after sessions, wake up late and be sort of like morning fresh when the game starts?
Doug gets up really early. I don't know the exact time, but maybe like 7 or something like that. And he reviews a lot of his hands like right after he plays. I know that at one point, Negreanu was open to having like a late night 2 hours, not late night, but maybe like start at 8, I think. Just a couple hours a night, and Doug showered the idea because he's old man Doug. He's winding down at that time. But if this goes past 6:30, I'm going to need Crouton to get me another glass of wine, I think.
Yeah, we're just coming up on 4 hours now, which is impressive stuff. Remember, these guys only taking 3-minute breaks. Oh no, we have Daniel sitting out now.
Dots or no dots?
No dots yet.
Wow.
But we will see. The last, and now we've just played an extra hand, so we might be leveling up buttons as well. That argument could still be there. Just looking at the clock, yeah, it's only 25 minutes since the last break, and about 30 minutes for the one before that. So they just might be taking breaks at shorter intervals, given that they're going longer, or Daniel might be. Other possibility is that this is GG, and we are at the end of what has been a phenomenal session, and so much money. You almost wish they could come back with these stacks at the table. That would be the most fun. Cool. Yeah.
Why wouldn't we ask me, Jamie, what happened to Hot Jenny 314? That's my friend Katie Dozier, and she started a family. I believe she still lives in Rosarito, where we kind of all moved to when Black Friday happened. And I think she's still playing poker. I really have lost touch with her a lot, but she's really cool. Big fan. Also funny that her name was Katie Dozier, but she picked the screen name Hot Jenny 314 because she wasn't trying to say like I'm Hot Katie. She was just like making a joke about how all the male players pick female names.
Well, unless I missed it, no ... I think we are coming back, in which case I think I'm going to get a drink as well, Jamie.
Go for it. I mean, I could just send Crouton for you as well.
Yeah. I finished that bottle of wine, so I think I'm going to have to go for like a cheeky short drink now. That's okay. It's late at night.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go for it.
Don't say anything funny while I'm gone.
Don't worry. Mr. Peaches is asking me if Brady joined you guys for a 3-way broadcast to continue. I wish, but Brady is doing as many streams as he can, and he is taking breaks. Much needed breaks. Brady does a really good job. He's in here, and I think it's tiring when you're calling the action of every single hand. But he should be back for their next stream. Oh, Grindettes reunion. That was so cute. I still love all those people. It was Jen Shahadi, Katie Dozier, Katie Stone, and me. And wait. What's the funniest thing I could say about David? I don't know. I feel like he's already out there. Like when you have like intel on people, it's usually the quiet people. You're like, ooh, I'm going to tell you a secret about this person. David just says what he wants all the time. So we're back in action. I think I'm hearing David making his drink. Let's try to guess from the sounds what he's made. So as we're getting into the 5th hour of play, chat, I need help. I'm tired. Entertain me this time. Tell me some stuff. I'm going to read it all like it's a teleprompter. Just anything you write. Sorry, mods. 5/19/19. David's a much better commentator when he's away. Burn. And thank you, Baseboy, for shouting at all the commentators. And on the left here, we have a check raise from Daniel to 7,600 and a call from Doug. 22K pot. Kush Grower through a thesis. It's only been 4 hours, Jamie. Yes, we're getting into the 5th hour right now. And Doug's going to take this down. 22K with the ace-6. Daniel caught speeding there. 8-5 of diamonds. He had some backdoor possibilities on the flop, but not much else of a hand there to lose 11K with. Quality of Jamie are going to be on staff for Doug's future political campaign. I was going to be helping him if we were doing the recall the mayor of Las Vegas thing when she was saying she could use our city as an experiment, that we were going to be the control group, just let everyone interact and see who dies from COVID. I wasn't a big fan of that statement, and we were working on it. It just had a very, very, very low probability of working out, so we scrapped the plan.
You were willing to fight the good fight there, Jamie.
It seemed really worthwhile. Wow, you like made yourself a fishbowl? You made yourself like a fishbowl looking thing. What is it?
Gin and tonic.
Ah.
Four bet from Daniel here on the left. We are really deep here, guys. We could actually get into a 5-6 bet war. We're so deep now.
But it's gonna take. It would take a really specific hand matchup, like Doug having Jacks plus and Daniel having at least 1-3. Come on, David. That was a pretty good joke. Got action on the right as well. As Daniel puts in a raise on the ace-8 deuce.
Again, yeah. Okay, here we go on the left. A very pretty looking flop. What's your biggest tourney score, Jamie?
I don't want to talk about Lappin.
Yeah, that was a good joke.
Oh, man. Sad panda.
You're a really good sport, though. Like if things are, your gallows humor is strong as well as your humor. You came on the chip race and brought, like, I think the biggest cash hand you ever lost.
Yeah, you asked me for a hand, and I picked the biggest hand I lost and that I misplayed because it was interesting to me. But yeah,
It was
you
a
were
cool
like,
hand, actually.
it was a cool hand. Also, like a lot of the times I played over my head, I've gotten a lot. I've like gained a lot of insight on myself from playing over my head and realizing that like I make worse decisions and I need to reevaluate all this stuff. And that was one of those hands.
Hmm. Jamie's alluding to a hand. A lot of you may have seen actually. It's from Poker After Dark, a Brandon Cantu hand,
Mhm.
where he was playing like quote a wild animal, according to Jamie, all session, and it culminated in a really wicked spot where I think there were straddles on. So even though you were deep and you doubled up, I think you'd like made money on the session considerably. You were in a much shallower spot, but it was for a lot more money than you would ever play
Yep.
shallower for. So yeah, you were cognizant of that fact and actually very self-aware that that probably played into your initial error, which was compounded across the streets.
Mhm.
It's a really interesting hand, guys. Check it out. It's on the Chip Race YouTube channel. Give it a look. Tell Jamie how bad she plays.
I've played a lot more cash and learned a lot more since then. So I'm excited when live poker happens again to get into some of those games.
Big call down from Daniel there with the 7 only. Does Doug pick off Daniel bluffs? Yes, he does, because Daniel does bluff, guys.
He
You see it
bluffed.
there. That was a chunky one.
He bluffed. Wow.
And it's it's obviously the right candidate from Doug there, but you can't be loving it. You cannot be loving that, and it was quite quick to make the decision. So now they have leveled those stacks up now, both over 100k again. Oh, this could just be carnage. We could just see two 200k pots, bang bang like that now. Stay tuned. That's what you have to keep doing as a commentator. You have to just keep pretending like the really big thing's about to happen, like you know it is.
I mean, that was a pretty. I wish that I could have snagged the replay on that hand too, because I don't even think like Doug had to be pretty confident in that. He also had a 9 in his hand, blocking some of the straight draws that Daniel could have missed in that spot, right? So I mean, that's pretty beastly. And
it was beastly.
Doug, yeah.
And here we see on the river 2/3 on the left, another pot for Doug. Okay, here we go, guys. Do you feel it? I feel a 250,000 pot coming, Jamie. I feel it. We got to hype this now. We got to pre-hype it, and then when it happens, we'll have been right. That's what the good commentators do.
Yeah, and then you clip only that. I think that's really smart. Like you should always guess what the person has, so that when they're right, you clip it and only post that on Twitter.
Wow.
Yeah, I haven't seen. So people, if you guys want to sub this stream, I think they got some new emotes. I haven't really checked them out too much, but yeah, I think as of a week or so ago, there's a bunch in the chat. I like the fold one and the cookie jar.
Well, pot to Doug. I feel like we're watching a really pivotal session.
It definitely could be. Like Doug's up 100K, but this could really.
This could go now. Like this, like the potential for swings throughout this challenge obviously gets greater the later we go most of the time, but they've almost never been as big as they are now. We could literally see Daniel sink to the million mark, and we could literally see Daniel eat substantially into his deficit, and maybe even end up close to the 500,000 mark, which is very respectable. All tonight, all in the next half an hour, guys. Like if ever there was a time to stick on a pot of coffee if you're in Europe and keep going with us, it's now. I'm flagging, I'll be honest. Jamie is carrying this home. I'm just going to be here for window dressing.
Yeah, no one likes your window dressing, though.
16k on the right. Action flop, action turn. T-Negs with the 40%er. And we call, so look, just like 20k, 30k pots like butter right now. And another ace on the river, wow. And well, we get a chop at the end. Doug probably feeling like he had a decent, good bit more reason to be in there, but fair enough. King high for the chop. Obviously, Doug in there with the gutter and nut flush straw. Daniel, just a gutter.
What the heck? I always have it. Is Jamie a MAGA girl? No, I am not. Someone, I would not even respond to that, but someone says she is. Definitely a MAGA girl. No. Nope. That's all I'll say about politics on this stream. Just a strong denial.
Do you not want America to be great again, Jamie? For some reason? Why do you hate America?
Oh, man. Anyway.
Addy1 Kenobi says, if I don't see 100k plus pot, I'm calling Dave out on Twitter for baiting me out of more sleep. It's gonna happen. I guarantee it right now. You're gonna see a 200k pot if you stake with us for like 30 more minutes. Lilappen Kui Peace. Nice name. The rabbit who Pete. I don't really get the name. Pete's rabbit? The hat rabbit of Pete? Pete's rabbit. Says that you hate America, Jamie.
Oh.
Yeah. And I think you baited the MAGA people by looking a bit like Tommy Lahren tonight. So they assumed.
They just assume I have I'm hiding a gun somewhere in this shirt. She's They had things coming out where it's like yoga pants with a gun holster and whatever. And I'm like, yoga pants are like skin tight. Like everyone can see you have a gun. Also, it's like, I don't know. I'm not a gun person either. I'm probably upsetting everyone in chat, so I'll just stop. I prefer to fight off people with my bare hands.
or with your razor sharp wit.
Yeah.
Base Boy says the effective stack is now below 100k on both tables. Dave, you lied to me.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But we could have like 130k on one of the tables and 110 on the other. That's kind of like the most balanced position from which to leap into a huge pot. Do I have a shotgun at my house? No, I live in Europe. I live in Malta. Malta has like no crime. You can leave your door open in Malta. It's so safe. About twice a year, there's a car bomb. Some Sicilian mafiosi dude is murdered, and that's it. That's the only crime we ever see. Everything else is like cat found up a tree on the front page of the national newspaper. Oh, and like the Panama Papers discovered, and it turns out like half of the world's laundered money was being done here. That's the other thing they find.
But that's not like violence. I feel like that's fine.
Yeah. You still leave your door open. You just wouldn't give the bankers your passcodes.
Yeah. We have a 2x pot river bet by Doug here on 6-6 queen 6. And
greedy Doug and a raise. Oh, I love it. Okay, guys, we're back to 100. The promise of a 200k pot is alive again. I don't speak Italian. I don't know what. I feel like I'm being teed up for some fierce slagging here, but there's some very random questions here. This is where I knew this would happen. I would flag. I would get tired. Questions would get weird. I'd admit to being cannibal. I knew this would go wrong past the third hour.
Judge, I think, asking if I'd be streaming myself playing poker on Twitch. No, I streamed a couple of charity events and stuff like that, but I don't enjoy it too much. I like commentating other people playing poker, but when I was playing myself, I really felt distracted and didn't enjoy it that much. So I pretty much have a dead Twitch channel.
Same. You can follow Lap and Poker, but I'll never be there ever again. Unless Unibet make me. Unless the chip race becomes a ratings flop, in which case I'll have to do something. I'll have to work harder. Sorry, can I do one quick plug? Because the pots are small right now.
Yeah.
I just put out an episode of the Lock-In, which is the Chip Races sort of web show. It's kind of like the topical, fun, chatty show with one guest. And we did a Christmas special, which I'll admit we did actually record back in November, with Neil Channing. And Neil Channing is brilliant. He's a wonderful guy, a kind of raconteur of poker, a great storyteller, and we sort of thought he'd be perfect for a Christmas special because we didn't want it to be topical. We actually kind of were like, let's have one that's nostalgic, and it's a really nice little nostalgic hour of just talking about poker. He has a really funny story about shoplifting. Check it out. Give that a look on the Chip Race YouTube channel if you get a chance, guys.
Yeah, I recommend their podcast. It's very good. And the Lock-In is very good, and there's a lot of people.
You've been on the Lock-In, Jamie.
Yep.
You were one of our first guests. You and Jen Shahade were like two of our first four guests, I want to say.
We have identical pots on each side right now, and small bet by Mr. Micro Stakes. And a call from Daniel. And check bet call on the left. Another small bet from Doug, just about 1/3 pot on a board that is becoming increasingly draw heavy. And
even more so now.
Yep. With Doug, it's always tricky because when he's choosing the small sizings, he's inducing a fair amount. I feel like it kind of freezes Daniel from whatever his game plan might be.
I was going to say, I feel like Ace Jack here, Ace Queen obviously takes it down now. But yeah, that felt like it kind of, you're right, he's balanced and there's going to be different sorts of hands in the range. But a holding bet with a hand like Ace Jack, Ace 10, Ace Queen makes a lot of sense too.
Yep. Upswing it asked us, what would we think? Let me see, I'll find it. What would you say is the headline of today's match so far?
I think it would have to be some reference to a partridge in a pear tree. I think that would have to be a play on that.
I would probably say something, I don't know. I want to know about the threes hand. I'm dying to know about the threes hand since it happened. So that's what I'm thinking about. And Daniel taking down this pot on the right for 8K with a better 8.
I think the headline right now is that as action-packed as it has been, as many big pots as we've seen, we've had 5 all-ins maybe, we've had just a lot of chunky pots and more so as the match has gone on. It's actually about what it is right now in this moment. It's a dynamic right now that could just go off. We have the potential for something we haven't seen in this challenge so far. We've seen these kind of sessions before and they've ended at this point. we're going for another indeterminate amount of time with these stacks on the table. And I think that's what we're going to be focusing on.
Yeah, I think we can't really define this session until we see if there's a 200k pot.
And I think you made a great point earlier, Jamie, which was that the more this match, from Daniel's point of view, feels like it's more about a personal journey, a personal grudge, a proving something to himself, the more the money amount is not going to matter to him, one couple of 100k or the other way in either direction. So therefore, the chance to do something which can significantly alter the game in his favor is something that Daniel should prioritize right now with 200k stacks in front of him, rather than sort of like cut the session now 100k down, which, you know, is just booking a loss. It's probably like removing his last session's win, which is fine. But I think what he could do right now, with the stacks set up the way they are, could potentially get him more of his personal goals than the alternative.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Yay, thank you. Wow. Oh, I didn't know you brought me one. You brought me this before? Thank you. Oh, thank you, Crouton, for bringing me. I didn't realize there was a wine replacement. I was so in the action. Good boy.
What are you drinking there? You used to talk about little cheeky Malbecs that you like. What's your tip?
Yeah, I have no idea what kind this is, but it's some kind of red wine. Don't know.
Nice, not Jamie. Really... That's really discerned. Usually I get at least 45 minutes of chat about the drinks of choice on this stream.
Yeah, I also am not I'm not a big drinker. I'm not a wine person, so I don't care. So if someone like gives me really good wine, they're just wasting it on me, pretty much.
I'm going to go to my Twitter again, because the last time I checked Twitter, there were actually some questions being fired in from people.
Oh,
so
that's a good idea.
Oh God, I'm getting actually quite a few real world tweets here, harking back to what we were talking about, the COVID situation earlier. Much love out there to people who are obviously in a bad spot or suffering. Obviously, they're like, I think Jamie and I are on the same page on that stuff. I know that it can be different, but take care of each other out there, guys.
Secure 2 commentators, both on Twitter. Yeah. when it's getting to the 5th hour, there are no rules anymore. So now I'm just shouting out Darian Hughes, I guess. It says shout out my dogs Barkley and Boondy on stream. Shout out pups.
Yeah, they like, I plan meticulously even when I'm given 12 minutes notice for a stream, and I ran out of questions about 3.5 hours ago. So we're winging it now, guys. We're winging it for you, because we love you, the fans and the Twitch audience and the YouTube audience. Even though we give you no love and answer none of your questions, we love you just as much. We just don't have Mike here, who's able to somehow do all of those jobs at the same time.
Yeah, he's awesome. But what's funny with Mike is that I said there are so many times I would like tell a joke and I'd be like, oh, I guess it wasn't a good joke. And he just does not, he's in the action. He's on Twitter, he's in chat. And I was like, oh, I guess he just doesn't like my jokes.
Yeah, no, I know you're comforting yourself, Jamie, there with the idea that Mike is such a consummate professional. He's spinning plates, he's doing it. But actually, Mike did say to me he does particularly hate your jokes. And it's actually it's you he doesn't like. And actually, he didn't really want you to do this stream today. He was worried about it.
Yeah, well,
so yeah, sorry, I hate to break that on air, but he thinks you're really not funny at all. He doesn't even follow you on Twitter.
Yeah, well, that it makes sense. Jaja Dink asking if we play chess. I've never played a game of chess, but a lot of my good friends do. And I kind of want to learn since they like all the other games that I like. I feel like it's kind of stupid that I would not try at least.
I play a little bit of chess, not very much at all, almost never these days. But I have actually beaten an international master at chess.
Yeah, you bragged this to me already, and then we find out it was when you were like 4 years old.
I was 7 and he was 5 at the time. He wasn't an international master then. He went on to play almost all his spare time at chess, and I played very few games since then, actually. But I hang on to that true fact. Daryl Carney's actually a very good chess player. That was his sort of one of his first big games that he was great at.
He's an interesting guy. When he was talking about ultra running, that was the thing I considered getting into because I ran a bunch of marathons and it was like pretty competitive. And then I was looking at 100-miler and then realized like how it took me as I was getting a little older. It would take like a week to recover from a marathon, and it would suck because you just train so much, and then you can't even like walk, let alone run for a while after that. And I thought like how bad for your body it must be to run a 100-miler or a 24-hour race or whatever. But it's always cool to listen to people who do it. It's like the most extreme people with like really, really, I don't know, with mental fortitude, really, because your body does not want to be doing that. So you have to you just have to basically override like your body's exhaustion and everything else and be like so mentally strong you can finish it. He does a lot of cool stuff. It's a good co-host.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head there that it's so mental and it's so in the mind. Like once you sort of almost get past the masochism you probably need to have to just like wreck your body. He described, I remember when I first met him, the subject came up fairly early on, and he described, like his feet swelling to like twice the size of normal feet. You end up having to change your shoes every 2 hours, blisters, all the toenails popping off, blood everywhere in your shoes and socks. And it's just kind of like how you go into a Zen state. No, so I say this like with authority because I've heard the stories and I know his mindset and I have experience chatting to him about it. But I also say it as somebody who like literally gets blisters pointing. So I can't do any of these things. But it's a fascinating thing. And actually, if you were interested in getting into ultramarathons, Jamie, like the older you get, it's kind of like they're all the people who are really good at them are like 40, and because it's like your body just takes years to kind of like mold it to something that can do something extreme, like 100 kilometers. Like Dara, I think, ran 240 kilometers in a day in a 24-hour race. You're just kind of like, that's fucking wild. But then
I have to do so it's like, how many is that?
Miles, that's like 160 miles.
Yeah. That's insane, dude.
It's insane. Like, it's crazy stuff. But he did that, like, and he actually, I think he was even like slightly injured for like the last hour and a half. He almost like jogged the last hour and a half. That like he probably could have gone a little bit further had he not picked up a hamstring injury or whatever it was. And that broke the Irish record, I know, at the time, although there are, like, in the context of the world, there are ultra runners who do even more extreme stuff. But he is a really interesting guy, very impressive resume on that stuff, particularly because he almost accidentally got into ultra running, having accidentally become a marathon runner, coming into it all very late. It's something like you are somebody with the kind of mentality who could challenge themselves to that kind of mad stuff.
Oh, I was insane. Yeah. I ran in college, I'd run 70 miles a week and sometimes more. And I was a pretty good marathon runner, but it is a different thing completely. Like, you have to have, if you're getting some injuries running marathons, you probably shouldn't run 4x a marathon. That's my take on it. So I just like didn't get more crazy. But I definitely think that sport is insane. It's really cool. I would love to talk to him at some point about it. Does he still do this? Or is it in his past.
Well, like he put you to shame now. Like he doesn't do ultra marathons. Well, I suppose technically he does because they are more than marathons. But like he's like a 5-day pattern, I think. And on the 5th day of the training cycle, he runs between 30 and 35 miles.
Okay.
But then, like the next day, he probably just runs a couple of miles, and then the next day he does a 10K, and then the next day he does some, and sometimes he does sprints in the park and does little different kind of stuff. But yeah, it's basically like a 5-day routine of doing 1.5 marathons or 1 1/3 marathons.
That's really impressive without having a team to train with. Because when I was at Rutgers, it was like the team makes you do it. Like if you don't feel great or if you like did something stupid, like drank the night before, you're still running your 10 miles that day. You don't have a choice. I think it's a lot harder on your own to like continue doing that every day.
Yeah, he had an amazing coach. One of the legends of ultra running, South African guy, was his coach. Nori Williams. I might be getting the name slightly wrong, but Nori something, and he is apparently a legend in that sport. Dara, he was his correspondent coach. They would correspond the instructions. I don't think they necessarily were. They weren't in the same country. And then overbet here on the right for Daniel. And Dara used to pay huge credit to like the team around him when he would be in these running clubs and stuff, and all the different people who would pace him and the different people who would train with him and different things. And actually always said that they're lovely. Oh, here we go. Overbet from Daniel, and now a raise from Doug on this King 6-10 Ace 7 board, where obviously 8-9 makes a straight, but Jack Queen is the business, and they both have the same hand. So we do see a 200k pot, everyone. We got 200k into the middle. Woohoo! Biggest pot ever.
That's amazing. You were right, though. You promised a 200k pot.
I guaranteed it, guys. There's all the excitement you need. WSOP.com got the maximum amount of rake. We're delighted for them. I'll have to give it back later.
That is such a buzzkill. You're so pumped. You're like, oh my God, I have the nuts. I'm about to
It's happening. It's happening.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
Yeah, chat was asking about like how what effect like marathoning has on your body, and that shorter distances are probably better. And I 100% agree. There's more to it than that, though. I think like the most challenging thing I ever did mentally, or it was 2 different marathons where I was just like, this was, I don't know. It was like a life-altering kind of thing. And I feel like you might hurt your body doing it. Maybe you'll have like little lingering injuries and stuff, but it's still definitely worth it. I think a lot of people get a lot of good out of marathoning, but yeah, like if you're gonna train and just try to run a fast 10K, that's way better. And the next day you can run again. You're not just like, I could hardly cross the street a couple times from marathon running, and it's like you go from being in like peak physical shape to running one race, and then the next day you can hardly walk. You're like an 80-year-old. It's like that can't really be good for you. It's probably bad for your joints.
Well, I don't mean to steal Dara's stories, and I can see he's actually in the chat here, so he can tell it better than me, and he can probably get in his DMs there now, Jamie, and have the chats about taking on some of this wild stuff. But he has a great story which he told on one of the early episodes of the Lock-In, where after one of the ultra marathons he ran, and I know he wasn't that experienced at them at the time. It might have been his 3rd one or his 4th one. I think he was in Canada, and he collapsed at there's no finishing line. It's kind of like the buzzer goes off and you stop wherever you are on the track, and they measure your distance. And wherever he was on the track, he was the furthest point away, so he was the last to get measured, and he blacked out and collapsed. And he woke up in a hospital in Canada with 2 French-speaking doctors arguing about what he was going to die of. One of them was like, his kidneys are gone, and the other one's like, no, his heart will kill him in an hour. And he's like, what's going on here? Because he speaks fluent French because his wife is French. He's like, no, guys, I'm not going to die. And they're like, oh, you are going to die. Sorry. Like,
yeah, they're like,
no, this happens. This is what happens to ultra runners. Our hearts go mad and our kidneys look like they're failing. And they're like, okay, well, look, maybe you should call your family and see you tomorrow, or probably not. Like, you're dying.
Yeah.
And he was fine. He's still here.
Yeah, that's crazy though. I had a friend. We ran the Boston Marathon together eventually, but the first year she ran it, it was one year it was like unseasonably hot. It was like 88 degrees Fahrenheit. And you don't really prepare for that because it's probably usually around 60 or even lower. She got so delusional in the middle of the race. She was a pretty fast runner. That she just convinced herself that water was what was making her feel sick, like completely insane. Like your brain is just doing weird things and you're like pushing yourself that hard. So she stopped drinking water for like the last 10 miles. Passed out, had to get airlifted out, had to get hooked up to IVs and everything like that. And just, but that was her. She's telling me the story, just like, yeah, I just knew that water was what was making me feel bad, so I stopped drinking it. And it's like, this is an extremely smart person. She's a lawyer and just like, and a very experienced runner. But yeah, she just went like kind of delirious.
Oh wow, that's a really interesting pot there. Sorry, Jamie. Daniel obviously hanging on with Queen 9 over the streets, and then River the 9, which was nice for him, but like he was actually just hanging in there with Queen High, which makes a lot of sense. That's a cool little hand.
Yep. 18K pot. Yeah, I like that the doctor is saying you're gonna die, and he's like, "No, I'm not." And they're like, "Well, what medical school did you graduate from? Because I graduated from one, and I think you're gonna die."
Yeah.
Oh, good night, B-Hands. Yeah, some people are quitting the chat. It's been over double the session that people are used to.
No, fuck that. Come back. Don't leave. You can't leave. It is going to be there could be a 250k pot now. We've got Dean Eggs with 113k, Doug with like 108 or whatever it is. We can do this, guys. Stick around. Don't you dare leave. You can be sure the moment you leave there will be a big pot. Do not go anywhere.
Oh my god. Monica says, what rhymes with COVID and stinks? David. That's very nice. Wow, B-Hens came back. Let's go. We're ruining people's sleep schedules.
You don't need a sleep schedule over Christmas, guys. You can just sleep in tomorrow. It's Christmas Eve. It's fucking whatever. Also, fuck you, Jamie, for reading out that person's comment.
It was a good comment. Sorry. I told him to, on one of the breaks where you got up, I said I will read the chat like it's a teleprompter and nothing will stop me. Doug taking down a 9K pot with just a pair of sevens, queens and sevens.
Perfectly in balance now, guys. 110 on each.
Mm-hmm.
We got the 220k pot there. We get a little cheeky 30k over to Daniel on the other one. We could have our quarter milli pot. This is the last stream before Christmas or New Year, or are they doing one more in between Christmas and New Year?
That's something I probably should know.
Yeah, you should, Jamie. That's really bad that you don't. You should be more professional.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do one after Christmas before New Year's, but I don't know. Maybe Jimmy can let us know.
Because I was kind of thinking, like, maybe in the spirit of just this being the last hurrah now before they leave us for Christmas, they're kind of going long because just give us that little swan song, give us that little one more tune.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's one more session on the 28th, you guys. So after you have Christmas.
Oh, well done, Jamie. Did you just know that? You just realized that you knew that already, was it?
I said I'm going to ask Jimmy, and then Jimmy told us, and then I relayed it. So Daniel's sitting out. There's still no dots, but we'll see.
Oh, this must be it. This must be it, guys. Although, again, our little half-hour system seems to be sticking in there.
They might be trying to get to the 12.5. I'm not really sure.
Oh, that makes sense. Oh, you're onto something there, Jamie.
Possible.
That could be exactly what they're thinking. Can I just say B-Hands is obviously a very smart person. They've decided to stay up later, which is great. And they've also said... no, wait, there was a nice comment they made about me. I've missed it. Oh, yeah, David's beard looks very well trimmed. What a handsome lad. Absolutely. If you're going to read out the nasty ones, I'm going to read out the nice ones.
That's fine. That seems fair.
Jamie looks like a lumberjack. Oh, no. Sorry, that's just what I think.
I like the shirt. I get made fun of, and I don't care.
I'm going to put mine back on. in solidarity, Jamie, and also because there's a chip race patch on this one, and I haven't done enough shilling yet. We're commentary twins now for whatever amount of time there is left, and it looks like there is time left. Doug is not going anywhere. Daniel is taking a piss break. We are going another half hour, guys. There we go.
People are all saying GG, but it's not. I think we're coming back unless there's a change of heart.
There. Is that twin? Am I twinning enough now?
This is amazing. Look at us. We're a flannel team.
Good.
Couple of lumberjacks.
Guys, while we have a break, Merry Christmas to all of you. It looks like we're about to come back into the action. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I'd say this may be our last half hour, so let's enjoy it. Stay safe over Christmas, everyone.
Nearly Frozen says, I can't tell the two of you apart. Oh my goodness. I need to work on some stuff then. Like maybe shaving my beard or something. I don't know.
People say that Sharon is my beard.
Very nice.
See, Milder, do you think Negreanu's pushing it to 12.5k? Yeah, Jamie said something similar a moment ago. I think you've actually nailed it. I think that makes a lot of sense. They probably have a real good sense of like they're 150 hands away or something, and they're going to go, let's just get to that point.
Yeah. GCT asked me, does Crouton have Christmas jammies? He doesn't, but he does a funny thing. Like if I put a Christmas sweater on him or something, he is on his best behavior. He's very chill and like it calms him out. It's really weird. He'll be like, we had Thanksgiving at my house, so I just put him in his little sweater, and then he was just like sitting peacefully and just like interacting nicely with everyone. It was really interesting.
Well, that's nice. We have Bowie Effect in the chat now. He obviously, his ears were burning from earlier, or maybe he just got an influx of new Twitter followers and was wondering, why did that happen? And someone said, Lappin sent me. Now he's in the chat to say hi.
Oh yeah, Jimmy's saying, I think it was Thunder shirt. We have that for the dogs when they have fireworks and stuff like that, because they get scared. But yeah, I think maybe it's similar to that. He's just like, oh, okay, like I'm supposed to relax. D-Neg's taking down 10 K-Pot on the left on this 100 hour of commentary. Feels like 200 hours with you, Lappin. That's an interesting question. OB Twixilus. If they go one or more hands above 12.5k, does it mean Negreanu can no longer back out of the second half at that point if he wants to?
It does.
It does? Come on.
Yeah, if they cross the line at 12.5, they have to go to 25. That's in the contract. That's binding. The best lawyers in poker have looked at that, which I think is you, Jamie.
Stop mimicking me, Lappin. You weirdo. Baseboy forces Jamie, could you please talk in a stupid accent to complete the twin effect? Oh man. Thank you, chat. You guys are awesome. WM Flaherty, no, they haven't at least publicly discussed buying it any deeper, so it looks like it's gonna be 40k piece to start, but also once it goes even $1 under that, they have to top up, and they're not allowed to rat hole. They can't take money off the table when it's over 40k.
Got a fun board here on the right. 3-bet pot, Jack 9-7, 2 hearts. Could imagine some worlds where we see a big pot here. Living for that massive 200k pot at the moment.
Wow, Mathis Poker. I think that's Marty Mathis. He said, I had the onset of a stroke drinking a level 4 Carolina Reaper margarita. I was out of it for 15 minutes. My spice days may have ended. I'm sorry to hear that. I know that was a challenge that Marty was taking on. Marty commentated one of these streams. He was awesome. But he was trying to eat spicier and spicier peppers, and he almost died. And it's called
what a year Marty's had this year. My God. The Venom, wasn't it? Did he win the Venom? Chop the Venom?
He got second, I think. I could be wrong. I think he won a milli. But yeah, he sold that pot when Daniel's way. He made a flush with his pair of threes.
He loves those threes.
Mm-hmm.
He always wants to see all 5 cards with those threes.
But yeah, if you drink something called a Reaper margarita and you die from it.
Is that one of those margaritas with chili in it?
Yeah, it's got like the hottest peppers. He was trying to build up to hotter and hotter peppers. But really, like, that would be so embarrassing. You're just like dying. You're like, oh man, I should have known. And everyone's like, it was called the Reaper. Marty should have known.
Yeah, like most of those bottles of tequila are like skulls anyway. Like the hint is there.
Mm-hmm. I took on a similar challenge.
Alas, poor Yorick, he should not have drank the Reaper margarita.
Yeah, it's on his tombstone.
I was a bit highbrow, Jamie. Did I go a bit highbrow there at this stage of the stream? I think that might have been quoting Hamlet at like 4:15 in the morning.
Yeah, it's a little much. There was this Thai food place where it had like different heat settings for everything, and I was trying to get up to one. It was called Dim Mak, the Death Touch was the last one, and like pretty much the yellow curry would just be red. It's all flakes of the like hot pepper, whatever that is. And it was just no fun anymore. I got to like level 7 out of 10. And I was like, this just hurts. Like, why am I trying to eat food that makes me sweat? It's not smart. I think you signed a disclaimer for that. Yeah, I'm not signing a disclaimer to eat an item like of food. There's no way. I like to enjoy food and not kill myself. Or let's say you don't die from it, you're probably going to have some issues, like some stomach issues, your mouth's going to hurt, you're going to burn off your taste buds. Like, I don't quite understand.
Scott MG says, David versus Finty heads up for best Irish Twitch poker stud. I hate to say that that's probably more of a reflection on how ugly the Irish people are as a race. that could possibly be a thing. Finton's like kind of like a handsome Where's Wally, in fairness.
Yeah, I could see it. Yeah, Finton, I think so. I lean towards that he's attractive because he's like always very well dressed. He's a very nice guy, good smile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, you can do better than me to take him on, I think. Surely someone else is twitching.
$22K in the middle on the left here, and it's 4-bet pot.
Here we go, guys. Here we go.
1/3
happening.
From Doug.
Happening.
I don't know about you, but I put Daniel on pocket threes.
I'll just set over set one time for just loads. Boo.
Boo. OB Twixless is just getting, the writing's getting more and more elaborate as the night goes on. It's very good. Keep it up. Isaac Ekberg says 0% of pocket threes. The money obviously would have gone in if that was the case. I stand corrected.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Check on the turn here. 13k pot on the left. Kind of feel like not a whole lot of anything has to be out here. Well, oh wow, just count me wrong there. Doug actually trapping with the straight. So hovering around the 100k mark, I want to say, for Doug. Maybe a little less than that after D-Neg's recent flurry.
Can you hear my dogs going nuts right now? I might have to lock them out. They're having like an MMA style fight 2 feet away from me. Hey, monkey. Come here. Hey.
Well, Jamie's gone.
I'm back.
A very small pot here.
Okay. I thought you were going to
9489 here on the turn. Hey, Jamie, welcome back.
Dog cam would be awesome. If I could have a Twitch stream where I just strap a camera to them and you follow what they do all day, I think it'd be very popular.
A 13k pot, Joe Blux. There's no point mocking me.
J-Dab says she's not even playing and she goes to kick the dog. I would not kick my dogs, no matter how much I lost. GM Devious says, am I German? Yes, I am half German. I am not even half. Who knows? I'm a mutt, but I'm German and Polish.
Some people think I'm falling asleep. Okay, I need to perk up, Jamie. What do I got to do here?
You are allowed to fall asleep. It's 4 in the morning.
Just a few slaps.
Is it 4 in the morning?
It's like 4:30 where I am, and I didn't expect it to go this late. So you're right. I have to dig deep now. This is what a true professional would do. 3-bet pot, Jack 8, 2 clubs. Here we go, guys.
Do It for Africa says, no one's answering if we know how many hands they're on. We don't. They tallied up at the end. They check their hand histories on WSOP, and that's how they know how many hands they're on. So I think Doug and Daniel probably knew how many they needed and around how many they're on. Maybe. I don't know, but we don't know.
Doug fires 1/7 here on the flop. Doesn't really clear out too much equity with that one. Now, I do recall a hand from 3 or 4 sessions ago where Daniel played possum, was willing to just flat a very small flop bet with, I think it was a queen X board, and did get Doug to ultimately go bet, and then huge bet river, where it seemed like Daniel was maybe, I'm not saying he's capping himself, obviously he wasn't, but he was playing possum and did trap Doug at some level. Have a very similar sort of setup with this one, although it's double paired. And now we go queen on the river, which obviously brings in the only draw. These guys can be battling here with far less than any piece of this. This could be king highs and ace highs, frankly.
Marty says,
disconnect.
Marty says, love the heart lap in, sleep until Christmas.
That's it. Yeah, like we said there, king high in the end beats turn flush draw. So Doug, obviously with some backdoor potential, went for the very small C bet. Obviously happy to let that go if he came up against much action, and then fired a kind of a slightly more meaningful bet when he picked up equity, but admittedly on a funky little double paired board. And then obviously King High was good enough in the end.
I think that's a great idea. Shy Surprise says, anyone for a round of Lappin' Thinks. I think it'd be fun if chat guessed what your answer was. We could play Lappin' Thinks.
Okay, I know this game. We can do this.
All right. Let me think about this for a minute.
So I'm just the thinker, and then chat have to be your opponent.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
All right. How many strippers does Lappin think exist in all of Las Vegas? In chat, you have to give some answers.
I won't look at chat, but I haven't figured out what number I'm guessing yet.
All right.
Okay.
All right, Lappin's locked in his mind.
It's locked in.
So chat, you can just go make a bunch of wild guesses. And I'm going to pick some number, and then Lappin will tell us. I feel like there's a lot of people guessing against me. I don't think I'm going to win this one. Wow, there's some serious... It went from like 800 to 35,000, I think. Narco Cop says not enough. One marker with coronavirus, 722.
Look at you playing to the unwashed masses there, Jamie, with your stripper question at 4 a.m. European time.
Yeah. Look, I'm trying to make friends with Twitch chat. I have to make a line. JDF says I have to make a line. All right. I would say 2,200. That would be the line that I would make. This poker says Tom Martell knows. Okay. J Mouse says all females in Las Vegas are strippers. I disagree. Tree Fitty is probably the answer.
So do they decide lower or higher?
I think it's just me versus chat, right? Chat, do you think it is more or less than 2,200? Because that is what I'm setting it at. Lots of overs.
And remember, it's not the actual number; it's what I think the number is.
What you think the number is. There's a lot of overs, but then a couple people say way too high. I think though that overs are taking it like 80-20. It looks like about 8 out of 10 answers are saying over. So okay, guys. All right.
I'm sorry, guys. I was the under. I had 1,600.
Oh wow, I was really close. I know a lot.
That was my guess.
All right, guys. Well, I win, and I'm going to retire on top. Get back to the action.
That's it. Game over. Jamie undefeated at stripper Lappin' Things.
Yes, Lappin' dances.
They've seen that. They've probably looked up the Twitter video that Darrow Carney took of me years ago. Poor Kat Arnsby is on the receiving end. People don't realize it now. She now works for Unibet, but she was at a Unibet party, and I thrust my hips at her violently, and Darrow was there to like video it, and possibly it's been seen by over 100,000 people.
Just a box in a cage. Pretty sure there's more than 1,600 that have been on episodes of Cops alone.
I wasn't claiming to know the answer. That was just my stab in the dark. How long does open red wine stay good? I don't know. If they continue playing for 10 hours, I'm not so sure. Means I better drink it faster. Yeah, it's been like obviously we took a break, I want to say about 18, 19 minutes ago, and it's been relatively tame since, but that's just card distribution here, guys. We can have this go off at any moment. We know both of these guys not afraid to put big amounts of chips in the pot, so buckle up. This could still be a really interesting half hour or 20 minutes or whatever they give us. And fair play to them for giving us this extra bonus long session just before Christmas.
B hands, open red wine goes bad fast. You need to guzzle it. I don't want to destroy my friendship with Doug or any commentary in the future. And I'm a lightweight, so I just chill with my wine. Although if this went like 8 hours, I'm sure there'd be many clippable moments of us talking.
Okay, I'm going to dig into my treasure trove of questions now.
Nice. Doug
I
taking
have questions for Doug that I actually pre-wrote, so I've planned ahead. So I'm wondering if I could hit you with any of them now.
Oh man. If Doug's coming for an interview after this too, it's gonna be like 6 a.m. for you.
Oh, and that is happening, I assume, because that's like part of the deal, isn't it?
Not every time.
Okay.
So we'll see what he says.
Yeah, in fairness, he is going long tonight, so that would be reasonable to just say no, I'm crashing.
Jesse's in the chat. What's up? Already making fun of me. Nice to see you, buddy. David Ryle Pug says odds Daniel quits today after next big loss pot. I don't know. Who knows? It's 5 hours already, so it doesn't seem there's like there's a lot of quit in Daniel today.
No, and this has been a total slug. Like a boxing analogy for this one is just two guys stand up punching each other over and over again, and no one's going down right now.
Jay, how do you pronounce his name? Jay Sukanik?
Jan Sukanik.
Jan Sukanik. Okay. He says both Daniel Sachs 5 figures now. Let's savor the moment. Feels good, man.
Guys, let us know your Christmas plans. Do any of you have intentions of playing poker over the Christmas period? I know some people, maybe depending on where they're from, Christmas Eve is a bigger deal. Some people, Christmas Day is the real deal. Some people treat the whole holiday, few days, all as one big thing over Christmas. But do you get any poker? Is anyone like maybe getting on the tables late at night on Christmas Eve, Christmas Day? Anyone like playing those sessions? They're usually quite soft and there's usually overlay about. That's one good thing.
I'm not sure I ever played on Christmas. This is actually the first year in my whole life that I have not gone home for Christmas. I feel like my family would look at me funny if I started just opening my laptop for a nice session.
Are you going to do like a zoom in? Are you going to zoom into family and have a kind of Christmas morning or something?
I set up a Zoom bingo game for my grandma, and all her little great grandkids played in it. It was really cute. So we'll probably do something like that again. Excitable One says, "Can you bring the Doge on stream, please?" I can. He's actually here. I gotta just kind of sneak up on him because he knows what's happening when I'm trying to scoop him for the stream. Come here, my dude. Oh no! Oh, yep. Too scared. We almost got him. Crouton, come here.
3/4 here from Doug on a wet as you can get board here. Obviously 6 makes a straight, 9 any kind of 6-10 is kind of sexy. 10 jack obviously makes the nut straight, and there's flushes about. I bet does the job though. 13k pot on the right. And they're just again just trading blows right now. Obviously no coolers being handed out. Got a 9k pot here into 13-2. Oh, and it looks like that's it, guys. We've got the 3 dots. Yeah, I think we're playing our last hands, guys. Savor them. Maybe things could kick off. We've got 2 chances. Now, fold from Doug. So Daniel now sitting out on the right. I think we're playing the last hand unless they settle up buttons with maybe 2 hands on the left.
I
They
mean,
have
that was,
battled, guys. They have traded blows. They played for at least an hour and a half with very deep stacks. Gave every chance of us seeing that coveted 200k pot. We did see it, but it was a chop pot in a spot where they both had the nut Broadway. Here we go, guys. King 8-5, our last hand of the night, most likely.
yeah, 5 hours. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot to commentate on. It's got to be a lot to play every single hand on 2 tables. You're making decisions every minute, pretty much.
Yeah, huge effort from the pair. Much appreciation to them. I think Doug certainly crossed the 100k mark again. I think he's probably looking at maybe a 110, 120 victory, 3 buy-ins. Back to, well, I don't know, he's approaching 750k. I want to say maybe like, or sorry, 850k, maybe like 820. Is that where he's about?
Something like that. You know,
in that region.
It's usually within 10 or 20k at the end of the session, so we're not exactly sure. But
Yeah.
Archangel says good night and have a great Christmas, and hope little one has a good one too. Yeah, guys, thanks for hanging out. This was really fun. It was fun reading all the stuff you guys were writing, and especially for such a long session, it's cool to interact with you guys so much. So I appreciate you. I have not heard from Doug, so I'm not sure if he's going to hop in or not. Let me message him real quick.
Yeah, guys, do stay tuned. These interviews with Doug are often very enlightening, particularly in a session of that nature, and particularly when they're looking into a break now where we'll be able to get some info off, and we may already know. Maybe Daniel's been in touch and said, yeah, we're going to 25, no problem. So we could have some interesting stories. Do stay tuned for that. Savor these last moments of the challenge before we go on our little Christmas break.
Yeah.
There are some people saying that they think it crossed 12 and a half. It's definitely in that ballpark. So yes, it may have, or no, it hasn't quite, but if it hasn't, it's right there. So I think we're probably going to 25. It would be a pretty big breaking news if we find out that it isn't.
Mm-hmm. I have heard absolute crickets about whether Doug's coming on, so I kind of feel like he may not be coming on.
Okay.
But I kind of want to confirm just in case, because it would suck if he's ready to talk and he's. Hang on.
Yeah, guys, we'll let you know that within a couple of minutes, so stay tuned for a little while. Obviously, we would love to chat to Doug. We would love to ask him his thoughts on that session. It was a wild session for quite some time. Didn't quite blow up in the way it could have in the last 45 minutes, but still, amazing night of poker. Mm-hmm. These two lads battling it out, exchanging blows all night.
Minty Paw says, great job, Jamie and Dick. Okay. Yeah, Doug said it's GG, and he said he won 3 buy-ins, so it's a little bit off, but it's about 120k. But yeah, I think after a 5-hour match, it's a little much to ask Doug to come in and talk for half hour, but yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Lappin. I know it's so late for you and you need to get to sleep. And happy holidays, everybody. The next stream will be on December 28th. I think it's going to be Mike Brady again. I'm not sure who co-commentator will be, but really appreciate you guys, and happy holidays, everybody.